Welcome to Blockster TV. My name is Brian Meeks, and I'm here today with NVK of CoinKite. Welcome.
Thanks for having me.
We're glad to have you here. You're the first person we've had talking about hardware. Well, no, that's not true. You're the second person we've had talking about hardware. Yours is incredibly unique. CoinKite, can we start with a little bit of background about the company? Can you tell
Yeah.
us?
So CoinKite is one of the oldest Bitcoin companies in the space. It's an independent company, and we've been making Bitcoin hardware now for over a decade. It's very popular hardware wallet code card, and
Sure.
OpenDime, the block clock. We like two words to name things.
There you go. Well, can you, a lot of people out there, because our audience is made up of many new folks to the crypto space, to Bitcoin. A lot of folks haven't, they maybe heard of a hard wallet. They don't necessarily understand why it's important to keep your funds there as opposed to on an exchange. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so you can think about it as not your keys, not your coins, right?
Sure.
So when you have your funds in an exchange, they owe you the Bitcoin, right? It's not really yours in a way. You
Sure.
just have a claim to it. If you really want to take advantage of the power of Bitcoin, you should withdraw it and have it on your own keys, so you have full control over your coins. Be your own bank, essentially.
Very good.
And then the hardware wallets play a part in that, because if you're going to take your keys, you don't want to get hacked and robbed, right? And hardware wallets are these devices that are specifically made to keep your keys secure, and so that nobody takes your Bitcoin.
That's brilliant. Now, presumably, because it is a physical device, you want to take good care with it. Put it in a safety deposit box. You don't want to just carry it around your pocket, because if you drop your device, you have lost it. Is that correct? Or is there?
So the good thing is that we have this thing called BIP39, right? It's a series of words, and that's your secret.
Okay.
And the hardware wallet uses that secret, that series of words, as your key. So if you use, say, something like a seed plate, which is a metal plate,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. Yeah.
Even if you do break your hardware wallet,
Yeah.
your funds are not gone. You can just put the seeds in a new wallet, and boom, they show up again.
Very good. So even if you lost the physical device, it fell out of your pocket, and you never saw that again, you could buy a new one, put in that phrase, and
That's it.
that's
Money
it.
shows up again.
See that's important for people to understand that are new, because the biggest barrier to entry, in my opinion, for this world is it can be really confusing until you've dug in. Now, your background, you told me off camera how you first discovered the crypto world, Bitcoin, and can you tell us about your thoughts and the
Yeah.
exact moment?
So I believe it was my business partner at the time. We bumped into the Bitcoin white paper on Slashdot when it
Okay.
was published, and read it, found it to be incredibly interesting, and thought that it would never happen because it was just like it's insanely amazing,
Yeah.
right? Like there's no way this thing will ever go anywhere. And then through the years, we saw this thing grow, and it really did. It did okay.
So it did
It did okay.
just fine. Absolutely. So how long was it that, I mean, clearly reading the white paper stuck with you because you continued to follow it. How long was it until you made the decision to get into the space from a entrepreneurial standpoint?
Yeah, so I think was the first Bitcoin transaction I did way back. It was like, okay, I had this moment where the money is in the computer.
Yeah.
This is impossible. Like how is like it's literally in the computer,
Yeah.
because when you have a credit card, a bank account, or
Yeah.
something like that, the money is not in the computer,
No.
right? It's like you just have a claim to it. With Bitcoin, I mean, technically speaking, there's a ledger out there and the money is there, but like just practically speaking, the money is there. And when you send it from yourself to somebody else, there's this incredible thing that happens. There's nobody in the middle,
Yes.
right? And that was just not possible before to do using computers or a distance, right? I'd have to throw you a bar of gold, right?
Which I would appreciate.
Exactly.
I'd be thrilled with that.
And if that's worth real money, it'd probably hurt you.
Yeah,
It'd
well,
be really
true.
heavy, right?
Yeah.
Bitcoin, you have this thing that is metaphysical, right? Like it doesn't exist physically, and it's worth money.
Yeah.
And with 12 words, you can take your whole wealth. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? You can hop on a plane and take it all somewhere else. That was just simply not possible before. That was a very special thing to me.
Well, one of your products, believe it's called One Dime.
Open Dime.
Open Dime. I
Yeah.
apologize. Open Dime is really unique. In reading about it on the site, one of the bits of copy in there talked about your vision for how it would be used, how Bitcoin would get on it and then stay there and just physically be handed from one person to the next. Can you talk a little?
Yeah. So Open Dime is like just like Sats card discards.
Uh,
You know, you can load them with Bitcoin.
Yeah.
The Open Dimes are these. I
Yeah.
can load it and I can give it to you.
Yep. And then
And that's it. You have the Bitcoin.
exactly.
Like
It's
that's it.
just like I could do with fiat. I could hand you $1,
Yes.
and
That's it.
that is revolutionary.
Yeah.
That solves a lot of problems for people because there's transfer fees. If you have large quantities of money that you're trying to move, often it gets held up and it takes time. If you need to give somebody $1 million, it's not just as easy as hitting a button.
Yeah,
Most
no, with
people don't
this it
realize
is. Here you go. And here's the best part. You don't have to redeem this either. You can just give it to the next
To the
person.
next person.
And the next person, the next person, the next person. There's no trace,
Yeah.
right? There's no fees.
Yeah.
It's quite powerful.
It's incredibly powerful. Now, have businesses begun to embrace this? Say I have 2 Bitcoin on an Open Dime, and I'm really interested in having, instead of having 2 Bitcoin, maybe having that really nice red Porsche. Are businesses starting to understand it enough to where I could hand them my Open Dime and they would give me the keys?
People do use it in that sense. I think you see that more between say 2 private people than you'd see it between yourself and a business. Because with the business, it'll probably be easier to just send it from your cold card directly to them, and
Sure.
your Porsche is waiting for you, right? And it's also a large transaction. But say, for example, I'm buying a computer from you at this conference,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Poof, give it to you, gone. We go our separate ways. We don't have to wait for confirmations, none of that.
Sure. So initially, when somebody buys one of these hard wallets, they then can you talk through the process of how I get my Bitcoin onto the wallet? Because it looked pretty easy on the site, but
yeah. So with the cards, you just tap with your phone. It shows up, and you press a button and you send it from your phone wallet. And
wow,
it's
that's
done.
it.
That's it. It's magic.
That is absolutely brilliant because, like I said earlier, the barriers to entry, I think, for most people who have never owned crypto of any type, is the challenge, the frighteningness of getting keys and making sure you get the right one. And everybody's heard if you use the wrong key, your money goes poof.
Yeah.
And that's a terrifying thing. What's next for CoinKite?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to start shipping the cards now, which are the new version of the original USB Open Dime.
Oh, very good.
Yep, we have
when will those be coming out? Because I'm very interested in that version.
I think we should be shipping in a few weeks.
Oh, that's excellent.
It's soon. We have Cold Card Mark IV, so our flagship device. Probably shipping in a couple of weeks as well, the new version. We were taking reservations for about a month, and it's been doing very well. What else? We have the block clock.
The block clock. I saw it briefly on the site, but I don't remember the details of the block clock.
It's just sort of like it's a very pretty device to display block data, right? So it shows the block height, and it's just a very pleasant device to have at home.
It's just nice.
Yeah, I mean, I want to be able to look around the house and see the block height. It makes me happy that Bitcoin has moved on to the next block.
That is very cool. I love it. Well, I really appreciate you taking time to come down and talk with us. I know you have some other things coming up here shortly, so
I'm running to a panel.
Running to a panel, exactly. Need to tell the world about CoinKite. Today, I've been speaking with NVK of CoinKite, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Pleasure.
3, 2, 1.
Welcome to Vloxer TV. My name is Brian Meeks, and I'm with Ransom of Ransomverse Studios. Welcome to the show. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me, Brian.
Absolutely. I'm thrilled that we were able to get you on today. We were supposed to have Ransom on yesterday, and some booking issues made it a problem. So it was very nice of you to make the time to come back today.
Of course.
You're involved in a project that I think a lot of people will be interested in because of the positive impact for society.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us about the Social Good DAO and how that ties into what you're working on?
Sure. Yeah. So it's called Ransomverse Studios. It's a social good DAO, and what we're doing is partnering with community leaders, and that could be anyone, right? Because we don't know who is going to pop up that has that inspiration to be a leader. And whoever we partner with, we ask that they give back to the community. and we also try to level them up because a lot of businesses are TradFi, they're traditional
sure.
businesses.
Yes.
So they need that, that training, that information also so that they get it. Then we help them to create a Web3, a metaverse, so that they can give back to the community through a DAO.
That's fantastic. Now, you said off camera that you're based out of California.
Hmm.
How broad is your reach as far as the people that you're helping? Is it just in your local community, the state, the nation, the world? Can you talk about that?
Well, sure. I mean, our goal is to be worldwide. But our first project is in El Tunco, El Salvador. And you know a little bit about
Yes,
that.
from
Yeah,
yesterday.
the FUSO project.
Yes.
And so we do the marketing and the social media, and then we also do the in real life community build out
Very
for that
And
village or town.
yes, you talked about the community leaders
Mhm.
and the potential leaders.
Mhm.
I'm interested. Do you seek them out, or are they finding out about you and saying, "I think you can help me
Mhm.
do this project"?
Mhm.
What has been your experience?
Yeah, for our first project, I sought them out, but then now I'm having interest where people are seeking me out, and I think it's just gonna grow by word of mouth. Hopefully, as we do a great job in our first project, people find out about it and start seeking us out more. Then we can really vet, so that we can think of where can we make the best or the most impact first. But eventually, we'll grow to serve as many populations as we can.
What is Ransomverse Studios' biggest challenge right now to carry out that vision?
Um, well, I think it always starts with education, right? I mean, a lot of us have been in here for a while, and we still don't know anything, right?
That's how it feels every day.
Right.
Yes.
It moves at lightning speed. So as long as we keep an open mind about learning and about collaborating, we'll find the right pieces in order to make projects and make it work. It is a social experiment, as you know,
Yeah.
but it starts with education, and it starts with being open-minded about educating each other.
I think that's brilliant because anybody listening that is in the crypto space owns Bitcoin.
Hmm.
We've all been through the learning curve.
Hmm.
That's part of the journey.
Yep.
How did you first discover Bitcoin?
Well, I tell you, when a long time ago, probably was like 9 years ago, I
Okay.
heard in a big crowd somebody say Bitcoin, and I was like, I don't know why it it resonated with me. I guess because like it sounds so weird, like Bitcoin. What is a Bitcoin? And I looked all around for the person because I wanted to find out what it meant, and I couldn't. And I don't know why I didn't go online and look then, but I didn't. And then about 5.5 years ago, it reemerged. And this time I went down the rabbit hole, and it was all over.
Yeah.
And I honestly came in for the ethos, not for the money. But I know there's a lot of money that can be made.
Yeah.
So it resonated for me with the ethos. And so once I found out about it was a no-brainer.
We've been talking to
Yeah.
a lot of people at this
Mm.
conference, and I
Mhm.
think there's someone to you in that the power of Bitcoin is less about the money
Hmm.
than the potential.
That's the kind of people we want, right? More
Yeah.
so.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right now, the world, it's a very small percentage of the population that owns cryptocurrency.
Yep.
Most of the world hasn't dipped their toe into the pond of crypto, if you will.
Yep. They've heard about it, but they haven't necessarily dove in
They've
yet.
not dove into it. Now, you mentioned that one of the ways you work on social good with these projects is you help them with the metaverse. And
Yep.
the metaverse is talked about a lot. We hear it on the news all the time. Can you tell us the difference between real life and online communities?
Yeah, for sure. So if anyone has been a part of different projects and you go onto the social media and especially dive into Discord, because that's usually where Discord and Telegram, that's usually the two places where you see a lot more communication. It's, asynchronous communication.
Yes.
And obviously there's context missing there, right? You don't have the nonverbals that you can play off with one another. So it is great because it does connect people that you would have never connected with. However, it is a little bit more artificial in a sense that um, people can't get the real context of who they are,
That
you know,
makes
to the
sense.
other
Sure.
person. So in El Tunco, El Salvador, with our first project, we are actually having sandals on the ground, not boots on the ground, but sandals on the ground.
oh,
And
that's-
and one of my community leaders, she said, well, maybe we'll just say it's feet on the ground because we go
oh,
barefoot,
I love that.
right? So anyway, we're building out an area where we can host brainstorming leadership meetings so that we can figure out what they need because it's all about the community, right? But we do know that eventually they'll need three things. They'll need resources,
Sure.
they'll need training, and they'll need mentorship. And that's the difference that you can provide with in real life versus online communities. So online communities, again, it's asynchronous, and so you're kind of like having to check back. Okay, where's my question answered? Okay,
Yeah.
what do I do next? And you can figure it out, but in real life we have that. Okay, I can point you in the right direction, or if I need to, you know, have you do a deeper dive here, I can do that, you know. And I think that just adds that humanness that we have, right, with one another.
I absolutely agree.
Right. So in real life, I think there's a pent up demand for it. You could see it with COVID and everybody being, you know, in their apartments or
Yeah.
homes, and right. And so I believe this is going to be a hybrid, and more people will do what we're doing, which
I
is
hope so.
creating in real life communities to complement their online communities.
That's absolutely true. I remember as people began adopting Twitter, Facebook, and
Mhm.
these social platforms
Hmm.
before mass adoption, it was routinely mocked on network news.
Mhm.
They joked about tweeting and all the people who were hanging out in these worlds. But those of us that were early, we were building communities.
Mhm.
Now we were doing it 140 characters at a time, but we were making
Right.
friends,
Right.
and it didn't matter if everybody was mocking us.
Mhm.
This is how the crypto space feels to me now because we do get a little bit mocked now and
Mhm.
again.
Mhm.
People make fun of NFTs and cryptocurrency, but it's not going away.
No.
Mass adoption, that's something that we talked a little bit about off camera. Can you
Mhm.
tell the folks your thoughts on mass adoption?
Yeah, so mass adoption to me, you know, has it's a push and pull, and there's, you know, the immovable object versus the irresistible force, right? And so we are that irresistible force that's going to level the mountains and make it, you know, a plain, what do you, playing field will be level,
Yeah, level playing field. Yes.
right? Level playing field. So mass adoption can occur top down, bottom up. It could be a hybrid. What we're trying to do, just like what I was telling you about building communities in real life, that's the bottom up approach. It really hasn't been done.
Yeah.
So I think RVS is in prime position to do that and to create a template. And then as we go into other communities, wherever that might be, in whichever nation, we're going to connect those micro communities.
I
Yeah.
absolutely believe that you will, because we've all had that experience
Mhm.
of getting in the door with Bitcoin, getting our first cryptocurrency, starting to research it, understand it, watch it daily,
Mhm.
and then you see the vision. And the
Mhm.
more, like you said, you mentioned the rabbit hole. The
Mhm.
deeper you go, the more you read, the
Mhm.
more it becomes clear that this is the future, which is such a cliche thing. I say that all the time,
Mhm.
but it is.
Mhm.
And so you're bringing in the masses. You're building community.
Mhm.
They will tell their friends,
Mhm.
and that's how it will spread.
Yep.
And we'll go from 1.2% to 10 and
Yep.
20, and then eventually it'll be
Yep.
commonplace.
Yep, by word of mouth, and then as they become efficient, efficient on devices,
Yes.
then they'll be spreading it that way as well.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
absolutely. We talked a lot about your company. We talked a little bit about where you came from as far as getting into it. How how do you see the future for Ransomverse Studios as far as expansion? How long will it take before you're do you know when your next project is?
Mhm.
Is that already sort of scheduled out?
No, I mean, our first project is so new that definitely we're focused on that. And we want to just fulfill our contract with them to make sure that we give them the best service as possible. We both understand we're learning as we go in, and that we have to work hard, but give each other a little bit of grace. And I think that working relationships are the most important, and we have a pretty good working relationship, and I believe it will only become better. As far as the expansion, it's all about personal relationships, right? You have to create that trust to use those trustless decentralized applications. However, we know that technology has to improve human lives. So this is where it still comes down to people,
Sure.
building trust with one another, and just believing in the bigger ethos.
Sure.
Yeah.
And we talked with the Fuso folks yesterday.
Yeah.
You do have a great relationship. And so I am sure that this project is going to be a home run.
Thank you.
Once it's done, you'll have, I think you used the word template,
Yep.
to go to the next community,
Right.
and it'll snowball from there.
That's right. So, I mean, RVS is going to be around for a while. So
Yes.
we have a 2-year contract. Well, excuse me. I want to have a 2-year commitment with Fuso, and then from there we'll see, because I think it's going to take a little while to build out that template to kind of get that feedback loop. So it's a flywheel, and then we get it. Like, okay, we know how to do it. Then we can just finesse it, adjust it as we go to the next community.
Like you said, because this hasn't really been done before,
Mm-hmm.
there's questions you don't know to ask.
Oh yeah.
And you will get them from the new folks, the new
Yep.
community members
Yep.
will say things that, oh, why didn't we think of that? And you'll add it in. And
Mhm.
it will take time. That's been amazing. I appreciate you taking the time
Yeah, my
to sit
pleasure.
down and talk with us today. This is Ransom of Ransomverse Studios working with Fuso. Thank you much.
Thank you, Brian. Appreciate it.
Welcome to Blockster TV. I'm Brian Meeks, and I'm here with a friend of mine, Cassius Cuvée. How are you doing?
Oh man, I'm feeling great. Great to see you, Meeks.
This is wonderful. I knew Cassius was here at the conference. Another friend of ours saw him, sent him up my way. I didn't know I was going to get to interview him. This guy I met back in Tampa in early November of last year. He knows stuff. He knows things that he tried to explain to me that were so far over my head. He's got a show. Can you tell the
Yeah,
folks what you
absolutely.
do?
So I'm a recording artist, and I have a show called Poppin' Crypto with Cassius Cuvée. And one of the things I do is I bring on. So I have a show called
Yeah.
Poppin' Crypto with Cassius Cuvée. And one of the things I do is I bring on founders and CEOs of Web3 projects. And before I do an interview with them, I spit a custom rap song about their project. I have a DJ and everything. So
And they're
it's
good. This is good stuff. I've heard these songs. So what's next for you and your show?
So the show, I'm getting ready to gear up to get on like a real streaming network, not as big as Netflix, but the same idea, streaming network like that. So I have official programming with seasons, and bring on big guests. I bring on some pretty big guests on my show that I think founder of CEO of Superworld, president of DeFi Kingdoms, Yield
Wow.
Finance. I had Guy Adami from CNBC on, and
Nice.
recently I had on Macy Gray on my show also.
Wow. Are you able to give us a launch date for this?
No, I don't have a launch date. It's Q3. They said it will come. So right now my show is on YouTube. So you can follow my channel, Cassius Cuvée, subscribe to my channel, and then I have the show on there. But I also have other content on my YouTube channel, like my music videos, just regular music videos, but also a lot of how to do DeFi and crypto videos.
Yeah, and I've seen some of these videos. The production quality is fantastic. I absolutely love them.
Thank you.
Now, do you have time to talk a little bit about the investment stuff you do? Because
Yes.
you do some things that were, like I said, a bit over my head.
Right. So, I'm kind of big into investing, right? And
Yeah.
that's kind of where a lot of this started. So last year I had a song called SPAC Dream, a music video go viral, landed me on CNBC. And that was about a certain segment of the stock market called SPACs. Subsequently, I got really, really involved in crypto. And just once I understood exactly what decentralized finance is and distributed ledger technology is, which is blockchain technology, you can't unlearn that.
No.
So you realize that Web3 is the future. And I believe that we're actually going through a renaissance movement right now with NFTs. When people look back in time, they're going to see that artists are one of the main driving factors of the adoption of this new technology. It's kind of an interesting intersection between tech, art, and finance.
I 100% agree. The world is familiar with the visual arts that have came out first for the NFTs, and now we're starting to see more and more music. Are your songs, are you putting them out as NFTs? Can people invest or collect
So
Cassius Cuvée?
they can. I do have some NFTs in music. I didn't do like a major NFT drop. I did them real early last year after the Bitcoin conference, and then I've experimented some on Polygon. A lot of it was just for educational. I know when I do my NFT drop, what I'm going to do is going to be like clips of my show, my live performances that you can't really, they're going to be real rare, right? And then
Brilliant.
I know a lot of different ways to do music NFT drops. There's people doing generative sounds along with generative art. So imagine everyone's seen like PFP projects where they change like the background, the color of your hair, or whatever. Like I'm an NFT, right? Change up my hair color. But for music, you can do the same things. So I know you're a musician as well, right?
No, I'm a music fan. Now, Sherry, that you met, she plays 17 instruments,
Oh, wow.
sings like an angel.
So this would be perfect for someone like her, right?
Yes.
So let's say she wants to make one song for NFT drop, but she could play a different melody and have for each instrument that she plays on that song.
Yeah.
And then you do generative sound, like, so each song is kind of like a remix
Wow.
of that song. So you could have, just the bass line is changed, or it's a different bass guitar is changed, or different chords,
Wow.
but everything else is the same, right? And it's mixed and matched by, the algorithm that does the rarity table and everything like that.
And so, yes,
and then
you can
it'll-
have the rarity table
Right,
where
and it'll match the art as well with it. So like this song goes with this art with the red background, and where you're going to get the rock guitar with that version. You know what I mean? So it's
I
like
do.
generatively. So music is getting real complex when it comes to NFT drops.
I didn't know any of this. This is
Yeah,
all
yeah.
news to me. What's so not to dwell on the music
I know
thing,
we
but
were
I'm
talking about
fascinated.
investing before.
Well, I know, but the music stuff, like I said,
Yeah.
I hadn't learned any of this. So will these generative music pieces be 1 out of ones, just like the NFTs, or will it be
It depends on the artist.
10,000 out of 10,000 for each one?
So let's say
Because-
an artist does like a No Money Beat from Digital Underground,
Yeah,
right? They're
yeah.
going to drop a song, and they're going to have, it's still one song, but I can't remember how many, but let's say there's 5,000 of them. But some songs are going to be more rare than other songs. And then if you get the most rare one, then I'll actually come on and say your name on this track and stuff like that. So there's like different ways that different artists can go about doing their NFT drop with music. It's kind of like 3D to me, because it's like you got 2D is like the graphics, and 3D is like the depth of sounds that go along with it. And then of course there's utility for everybody, has a different utility as well.
Absolutely. One thing maybe new folks don't realize is that for visual artists, the copyright doesn't transfer with the NFT. It is still held by the artist. Is it the same in music? Could a DJ on a big radio station choose to buy one of your NFTs and then play it? Because you still hold the rights.
That's up to the artist, though, because they
can
can write that in the contract.
They write that in the
write that in the contract. So you could, different people are doing different things. Spotty Wi-Fi has a song with Bun B, right? He has it set up so that you can like remix his vocals, but Bun B's couldn't. So that depending on how they did their contract. So yeah, music NFTs are coming. I know I'm pretty excited about them. That's part of the reason why I haven't done like my massive, big, major NFT music drop, is because I'm kind of waiting for the right platform, with the right team, at the right time to build up, and drop it the right way.
Though I've only known you for half a year, so you're nothing if not thorough when you get into something. From investing in the SPACs to now crypto. How much time a day do you spend on crypto? Are you doing technical analysis every day? And
so trading, I tell everyone, like, you can make a lot of money trading. That's a full-time job. I don't do a lot of trading anymore, not these days, because I'm at these events and stuff. And shout out Bitcoin 2022. I'm happy to be here. But basically, I do a lot of investing more long-term for crypto. I call myself a crypto investor. So like, I'm in the metaverse, for example, different metaverses, Decentraland, Somnium Space, Realm, Blocktopia. So I get into different Superworld. Got to shout out Superworld. And so they're actually a metaverse that covers the whole earth, and they're selling 64 billion plots of virtual real estate. So if anybody does any business on that plot of land, whether it be NFT transactions or anything, then you actually, as the owner of that land, will get a piece of it. So a lot of stuff is early. A lot of stuff still has a level of speculation to it. We know we're developing it, but I'm telling you, it's like the internet in the 90s. You don't necessarily know who's going to be top dog, 10 years from now, but somebody is, because there's too much money and tech talent going to Web3.
When was the last time you used AOL to do a search? AOL never became a verb. I'm sure they're a fine company and you can certainly use them, but everybody says, I'm going to go Google that.
Right, but I guarantee
Google wasn't first, is my point.
But I will say this: if you invest in AOL on day one, I'm sure they did fine by the time.
They all did fine. AOL, Yahoo,
they
Google,
all did plenty.
All did fine.
So we're sorting it out, and that's why I keep my finger on the pulse every day. So I won't say like I do technical analysis every day, but I watch news every day. I'm stay tapped in with Web3 every day.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And so you've got these projects you're working on. Is there anything outside the realm of what we've discussed that has piqued your interest and you're thinking, okay, that's what I want to learn next, and I don't really know anything about it? Is there something else that kind of has
let's see. So there's a lot of things in Web3, right? We've got crypto domain names. People should look into those. Unstoppable domains. We got metaverse, got play to earn gaming tokens. We've got obviously just trading crypto. Zero knowledge proof is one that I think people should look into. This is one thing I want to stress, though. NFTs are not going to just be art. NFTs are going to be just digital data going forward. Court documents, medical records, everything's going to be an NFT and Web3 in the future. So if you're looking for blockchains that may end up be the ones that support those systems, those are the ones that may end up being big winners in the future.
We've interviewed a couple people in the real estate space,
and real
they're
estate's another one.
Doing some amazing stuff where you can, if you've got $1 million worth of Bitcoin and you really want the house that's $1 million, but you don't want to sell the Bitcoin, because nobody likes selling their Bitcoin. We like to hold on to it. You can deposit that as collateral and then pay off the loan over 20 years. And then you've got your house and they give you back the exact coins you gave them. And I'm guessing, I'm not an expert like you, but I think 20 years from now, Bitcoin may be more valuable than it is today. I think there's a pretty reasonable
There's a pretty good chance of that. I would think so too, obviously.
But that's a huge opportunity for the world, because it lets you.
Decentralized finance levels the playing field in many regards.
It absolutely does. And you mentioned play to earn gaming, which I'm excited about. There's a group called Bazoge, and I bought a couple of their NFTs. I thought they were very cool. they're in alpha now for Bazoji Land. I got to spend an hour in the alpha playing it,
Mhm.
and I had so much fun.
Mhm.
This is a game where you own the NFT. You can, if you own an NFT, anybody can play it. You don't need to own an NFT, but if you do, you get to play that NFT in the game
Mhm.
and kill monsters and then get the in-world crypto. It's fascinating. The graphics were beautiful, and they're just in alpha. So
Yeah.
I like to play to earn gaming as somebody who enjoys playing.
Right.
But the real exciting part for me is that children, or not necessarily children, but people in maybe third world countries or areas where they're surviving on $1 a day, $2 a day, they might be able to make $20 a day and play to earn.
DeFi Kingdoms is a good example
Yes,
of
that's
that.
a great example.
Good DeFi Kingdoms, a lot of the money they raise from Harmony One is going to the community. It's all of it, I should say,
Yeah.
is going to the community. So they're one that's, and they're expanding. They just got on Avalanche as well.
Yeah.
I got to do another interview with them because I want to get caught back up on what they've been doing. A lot
Oh,
of great things.
Yeah.
But there is one thing I want to mention. You asked one thing that I'm looking into more so,
Yeah.
and that's decentralized social media. I got to talk about DeSo because
That's how we met.
that's how we met. But that's also like a lot of my frustrations with all, Instagram and all these social media platforms, and they don't pay you. You got to pay them if you want to get traffic or you want to get ads and stuff. DeSo is a layer 1 blockchain that is designed for social media. So it can handle all of the data that we upload, videos and pictures and everything else. And you can mint NFTs on it. You get a founder reward for your creator coin, meaning that if someone buys your token, you get a percentage of it. You get to set whatever percentage you want. To me, it's the best. I haven't seen any other decentralized social media even close to it.
Well,
But it's-
I'm on there
Yeah.
as well. And as a writer, I'm a novelist. I've written 19 novels. And that platform, as soon as I got on there, I saw the potential.
Yeah.
And
Right away.
when you put up a post, and for writers, we like to use a lot of words and tell stories. I would put those up, and then people have the opportunity to like the article, like the post. You can be funny, you can put up a music video, whatever it is, but they also have the opportunity to give a diamond.
Tips.
And the diamonds allow you tips.
They're tips.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they're 1 cent, 4 cents, 40 cents, $4. I've gotten a $40 tip from the founder. And because it's such a new platform, you get to interact with everybody.
Right. and
Whereas I've never gotten a tip from Mark Zuckerberg.
right. Exactly.
Mark, come on.
Yeah. Mark, where you at? But I never gotten anything from Instagram.
Yeah, yeah.
How about that? Because I'm strongly considering, and I woke up this morning and I'm like, I might just quit Instagram. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to post my footage here from 2022 Bitcoin, and I've got a music video I'm writing about NFTLA and just my experience in the Web3 lifestyle. I'm probably call it In Real Life ILR. Is probably gonna be the name of the song. But
Good
like,
name.
I'm probably just gonna spend more of my time just on DeSo because there's actually value. See, here's the thing: a lot of people don't know this. Just to break it down,
Yeah.
Web 3.0 is read, write, and own. So you get to have ownership of what you're contributing to, and that's why it's all about community. DeSo is about the community, so we actually own a piece of it by contributing to it. And it's just like every minute spent on a platform that's not giving you ownership is a minute I probably should have been spending on decentralized social media.
Yeah. I've been writing posts on Facebook for more than a decade. And I enjoy writing. It's my passion. So every day, if something great happens, like I get to interview Cassius Couvé on my show, which is awesome, I write a post. This morning, I wrote a post because yesterday, and awesome as you are, I got to interview one of my childhood heroes, just by coincidence. Chris Carter, Miami Viking, Hall of Famer,
Nice.
a Buckeye, and he was right over there. I asked him to be on the show and fangirled a little bit, and then I calmed down. And he said yes, and he gave a great interview.
Chris is a cool guy.
He is a cool guy. Have you met Chris Carter?
I'm not in person, but just
Oh.
seeing him on talking TV and stuff.
It was brilliant, and
Yeah.
so that's. I love the community, the crypto community. It's-
Right.
We're very diverse, but diversity is nice. Nobody really cares. Nobody's thinking about
It's
your
inclusionary.
it's inclusion. That's a better
You can
term.
have colored hair and still be part of the DeFi community.
Yeah,
You know?
and it feels the same way on
Yeah.
on DeSo. It's remarkable. This has been wonderful. I didn't know I was going to get to see you here
I
because
gotta
I'm
ask
up in this room all day long, and I'm so glad you came.
I know
by.
we're out of time, but I want to ask you, how can I incorporate something like my show, Poppin' Crypto, on the Blockster?
You can send me an email,
Mhm.
and being the director of digital media, I can make it happen.
But how would like regular folks? I mean,
regular
like
folks,
how
yeah.
would one want to participate in Blockster if this is what
Well,
they do?
you just go to Blockster.com and get an account. It's just like signing up for all the other socials
Social
that you've
media,
done. It's
okay.
very easy.
Mhm.
We have an element where there's the news feed that is writing about the crypto space.
It's like
every
you
single
get a
day.
lot of great updates on crypto news. On
Exactly. So people
Blockster. So you
can
can tap into one-stop shop everything crypto.
they can learn, they can earn, they can discover, they can connect, because then we also have a feed that is more social where people interact and like what one expects. You can follow folks, have conversations. People are posting all the time about their favorite crypto, their favorite DeFi program, anything that they're excited about. Maybe there's a new play to earn game. I have discovered games from the feed that I hadn't heard about, and I do this all day long. You can't stay on top of everything. And so, yeah, check it out. Get on the site. We'll get a video of your. I mean, I've heard your
Yeah,
videos.
if you
right
got,
now.
yeah. So, and by the way, I'm the first person to make a music video for decentralized social media. I had the song "Do It for the Clout."
And you've already got the right color in your hair. You're on spot for Blockster.
Right on. Thanks, Meek.
This was awesome. I
Yes, sir, man.
appreciate it.
Appreciate you, man.
Welcome back to Veloxer TV. I'm Brian Meeks, and today I'm with Ian Weisberger of CoinRoutes. Welcome to the show.
Hi, thanks for having me.
It's nice that we get a chance to talk. Before we get too deep, you've got some cool stories, but before we get too deep into that, I'd like to start off with telling the folks a little bit about what CoinRoutes does, your company.
So I founded CoinRoutes in 2017. We're an institutional cryptocurrency trading platform. Our clients are people like Genesis, Galaxy, Celsius, big kind of retail platforms, and institutional platforms as well use us to trade more effectively.
Those are some pretty big whales
Yeah.
to have drawn in. How long did it take you from 2017 to start getting those sort of high-end clients?
So in 2018, we got our first real big client, Bitcoin Swiss. They're big, crypto brokerage out of Zug. We survived crypto winter. Obviously,
Sure.
Unfortunately, a lot of our friends didn't make it through. But then once crypto winter ended, we really started picking up a lot of big clients.
It takes that first one
Yeah.
to demonstrate your capabilities and competence to really get the needle moving. Do you mind sharing some numbers, your monthly numbers?
Absolutely. So we've done about $80 billion in transactions total through
That's
the platform.
remarkable.
Yeah, and we're doing about $6 billion a month now in transactions.
$6 billion a month. That's a lot of crypto.
Yeah.
That is fantastic. Can you tell us about we off camera, we talked a little bit about a product you've got coming up, and it's not going to be out for a little while, but a retail product.
Yeah, so we really want to give retail investors the same tools that the big guys like Celsius and Galaxy Digital use to trade. We don't think that those advanced institutional tools should only be available to these large firms. So we are in the process of launching a retail application where retail investors can utilize the same types of trading intelligence that the big guys use now.
That's fantastic. One of the things I've learned from these interviews over the last 3 days is that most of the projects, the companies, they have a bigger mission than just profit. And you're leveling the playing field so that Susan on her computer in Wichita can have access to the same information and tools to compete with hedge funds who have obviously vastly greater resources. Could you talk to us about the differences between traditional financial markets versus crypto? Because a lot of our users aren't aware yet of why they're different.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of talk in the town about how crypto is manipulated and it's not fair, and the whales have such an outsized advantage. But that's not really that true. So if we look at what happened on the LME with the nickel debacle, what happened was they had to halt trading and literally break trades because the price went up so much that everyone would have been bankrupt had they allowed those trades to go through. And there's a big reason for that. The reason is the liquidation. So in other words, if you're trading on leverage and your price goes out of your band, right, and the position is worthless, that doesn't happen in real time, right? And so what happened is they had to halt trading, and then a day later they said, oh, nope, that trade isn't good. Like, could you imagine if you bought a cup of coffee, on your credit card, and then you said, oh, no, sorry, not giving you that money, bye-bye, and it screwed a lot of people over.
If I may, just to make sure I'm understanding, in that event, it was the short sellers that would have been wiped out because they had their positions and it went up so quickly that they were going to get margin calls. Because for those that don't necessarily know about trading futures, commodities, and buying on margin, you put up a little bit of money and you get to trade a lot of money, because most things, whether it's crypto, cattle futures, soybeans, they move a little bit, oil. But there's those times where some catalyst causes a huge price swing one way or the other. And then either the long people, the people who want it to go up, that's buying long, or the shorts who are selling it and want it to go down, one of those groups is caught
wiped out.
But it is bad for the short sellers in that instance. The people that were on the other side that had bought long, they were robbed of enormous amounts of wealth. So it's always a zero-sum game. But that's a great story.
Yeah, they just lost a lot of credibility, I think, in the eyes of people.
Do you think they'll bounce back from that?
I don't know. I mean, so we're a crypto trading platform. We integrate with 50 different exchanges. One of the bigger ones that we integrate with that our clients trade a lot with is FTX.
Oh, sure. Everybody knows
Everyone
FTX.
knows FTX.
Yes.
They have a stadium here in Miami. you may have heard of them.
We've driven by the stadium. Absolutely.
But yeah, I mean, on FTX, if you're long, if you have a leveraged position and the price, goes out of your price band, you get liquidated in real time, and then that's it, and everyone gets paid back. They don't tell you a day later that the trades are getting broken like that. That doesn't happen. And so in my mind, they might even buy the CME someday. Who knows?
You heard it
Anything
here first.
can happen.
Ian might be right. I had never thought of that.
Who knows?
That is a real look into the future. That's fantastic. And so I kind of ask everybody, what was their humble beginnings? I think you told me you started writing code at 12.
Yeah. So I was 12 years old, and I realized that being a race car driver was not a viable career path. So Yeah, I learned on MySpace actually how to code HTML, and that one thing led to another. I started doing contracting work. I started my first business when I was 14. It was a web hosting company, and it was 2008, and everyone was going bankrupt. All these corporations were going bankrupt, and I went on eBay and just bought a bunch of servers for pennies on the dollar. And,
Do you remember how many servers you bought?
I had like 20, like
See,
big IBM.
I know,
like
yeah, I remember
big,
them.
heavy
And-
metal.
And
Yeah.
what did mom and dad think about that investment? did they go in the garage?
No, well, so I started out. I had some in the house, and then the internet wasn't reliable, so I actually found a data center out in Long Island. I was
Okay.
living in New York at the time.
But there was a period where
Yeah,
mom and dad paid
They
no
weren't
attention to the huge
Yeah.
boxes
yeah,
in the.
yeah.
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
absolutely.
But now they're clearly very proud of you because
Yes,
it all worked out.
It all worked out. It all worked out.
That's
Absolutely.
fantastic.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you want to tell us about your company? What you're moving towards?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we just want to see crypto get adopted and become mainstream. And, I think a lot of people say, oh, it's gonna, it's either Wall Street or crypto. I don't think that it's an either or. I think that Wall Street is moving towards crypto and crypto is moving more towards Wall Street. And they'll meet somewhere in the middle.
That's a
In
good
my
point.
mind. That's kind of
There's still value and utility in owning shares of stock of a
Right.
company.
absolutely.
I'm not selling my Berkshire Hathaway anytime soon. But and there was an article on Blockster.com today about Warren Buffett's position on Bitcoin and crypto in general. He absolutely hates it.
Yeah.
That being said, he's still doing very well
Yeah.
with my investment, so he doesn't need to like crypto.
Yeah.
I think he'll come around. He's a smart man.
Yeah.
It took him a couple decades, give or take, to start
Yeah.
investing in tech.
Yeah.
And he was friends with.
Yeah.
But anyway,
I mean, people are allowed to evolve and change
they're
their
allowed to
opinions, and
evolve.
That's fine.
Absolutely.
That's cool.
Well, I really appreciate you taking the time to come
Yeah.
by, talk with us. Again, this is Ian Weisberger of CoinRoute, and maybe we'll see you again next year.
Yeah.
I'd love to get some updates on those numbers.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
two, one.
Welcome back to Blockster TV. I'm Brian Meeks, and today I'm with Rishi Thomas of CyberRock. I'm the Crypto Rock. I'm sorry. This is the second time since I've been doing this for 3 days that I've goofed up the company name, but we have it right there. It's CyberRock. It's not crypto or okay. The beauty of live TV is sometimes you have foibles. I can live with that. I'm not perfect. Tell us about CyberRock.
Yeah. So CyberRock is a hardware wallet. We're trying to create the world's safest hardware wallet. And the way we're sort of doing that is by eliminating the need for you to write down your seed phrase.
That's brilliant. And so as somebody who has numerous regular wallets, not hardware, I have a lot of seed phrases.
Yep.
How did you make that not a necessity?
Yeah. So we as a company also sort of felt that, the seed phrase problem was pretty apparent, right? Like you have to have multiple wallets to interact with different blockchains, and you want to essentially store different types of cryptocurrencies, and seed phrases are not easy to back up, and most people tend to write it on sticky notes or some form of text file. Not the safest option.
I at least have a dedicated book for that.
Right. And the only problem with the seed phrase is that the second you have it, you can instantly transfer your cryptocurrencies, right? So we use an algorithm called Shamir secret sharing that essentially splits your seed phrase, your private key, into 5 different components. One component in the X1 hardware wallet, like the device, and into 4 X1 cards. So these are programmable cards that serve as fragments of your seed phrase.
Interesting.
Right.
And do those cards all live on the hardware device?
So yeah, they're complementary. So when you buy one of these, when you buy one of the wallets, you get one of the devices and 4 cards. They work through NFC. So essentially, you tap it, and once you finish setting up the card and the wallet infrastructure, you only need 2 out of the 5 components to make a transaction.
Oh, very good. So let's say somewhere down the road, and I hope this isn't a hard question, but
No, it isn't. Go ahead.
somewhere down the road, I've got your hardware wallet,
Yeah.
I've got my 4 cards,
Yep.
and one of them goes missing or gets chewed on by the dog.
Oh yeah, good question.
Kyla's been known to chew on some things.
So you're still fine. You're still protected because even if you lose 3 cards, you're okay. You essentially need 1 card and maybe the wallet, or 2 cards and the pin to your hardware wallet. Because it not only has this split sort of infrastructure to protect your crypto, but also the hardware wallet has a pin that you need to know to make a transaction or to set up your old wallet. So you should be able to be fine.
That is absolutely brilliant.
Right.
And so, how long has this company been around?
Right. So CyberRock is anywhere, I would say, like 2.5 to 3 years old. Most of the time has gone into perfecting hardware, and as you know, compared to software businesses, hardware is a lot, difficult to sort of nail down and have a final product that you can sort of be happy about. There's supply chain issues, there's chip issues, there's then design like the software interface for it. So we finally got a product that we're happy and we're sort of ready to ship to the rest of the market. And the aim is that we're able to ship these products by the end of this month, early next month.
Oh, we're almost there. And so, is the product in the black box right there?
That's right, it is.
Let's take it out and let's show the
All right.
camera. An unboxing here. Is this the first unboxing, or have you done this before?
This actually is the first unboxing.
The first
that
official
we've,
unboxing
done with
the CyberRock hardware
So
wallet,
essentially, this is how it comes inside. You've got like the hardware
sexy,
wallet.
if I may say so.
I'm
Look at
glad
that.
you think so.
Look,
All
does
right.
it look good on camera?
And we've got you know, the 4 NFC cards and the hardware wallet. I can sort of.
Yeah, yeah.
Would you like to?
Let's check it out. This
you know,
is
would you like to take a look?
yeah.
So that is a, you know, it's essentially feels like a Joy-Con and it has a joystick.
yeah.
You know, we're making improvements even now on this.
Oh,
you
but
know,
it
where
feels
the,
really good.
where the joystick feels like an Xbox controller, the
There we
back
go.
is leather, you know, it sort of feels leather feeling. And then here are like the 4 NFC cards.
Okay.
It's essentially looks like that.
Oh, and they're numbered, so
Yeah, and the numbering is just a way to keep track of them. The sequence actually does not matter. You can tap card 4, you can tap card 3, doesn't matter.
let me just show the camera
yeah.
here. And
How does it sort of feel like?
well, first off, the quality feels amazing. These cards have a great girth
That's
to
so
them.
good to hear.
They're not flimsy.
Awesome.
This is a quality product.
That's
I
great.
absolutely love it.
Yeah. So as I was saying, you know, so you've got a Type C, you know, plug that you sort of the Type C socket that you
Yeah,
plug
sure.
into the computer, and when you want to transact, you essentially just take one of the wallets and tap it in, and you're ready to go.
And up comes the software on there. Do you
Right.
need to download software to the computer or
You do. We are desktop only at the moment.
okay?
And you know, we're currently only supporting 6 cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin and its forks, Ethereum and its forks, but we'll be launching support for the top 20 cryptocurrencies in the next 3 to 6 months.
Oh, very good.
That's
I imagine there's a lot involved with each new one that you add. I mean, there's thousands of
Right,
cryptocurrencies, and so you
right.
have to be selective.
I mean, it's a function of, you know, what sort of what our user demographic wants, what people value. You know, it doesn't make sense sort of onboarding 1,000 coins and you know, like
if your
800 don't get
users aren't buying those coins,
right.
then-
So because the whole idea of like cold storage, right? Because this is not connected to the internet. This goes for all hardware wallets. Is that you want to sort of preserve your funds, right? So and any coin that's sort of being bought in like high volume, you know, and one that is popular, I think would be sort of prioritized first,
Makes
simply
sense.
from like a logic perspective
There you
for and demand.
So, what brought you to the crypto world? What's your background? I
Right,
mean, this
right,
is there's a lot of projects going
Oh, yeah.
into the software side. Hardware is a whole different level
Yeah.
of challenge.
Yeah, I think Web3 sort of you know, like brought back the renaissance of like hardware as well, simply because now like the interaction layer matters, right? Because like think about the different types of hardware that interact with Web3. You've got VR goggles, you've got
Sure.
hardware wallets for cryptocurrencies, you've got, you know, various other, you know, little elements that, you know, you can use to interact with like a Web3 interface.
Yeah, absolutely.
So the hardware wallet, you know, I feel like the current solutions needed an upgrade. You know, like the touch, like, you know, how any sort of like touch interface revolutionized previous sort of keyboard mechanisms. So I think this is really good. It's designed with a mindset to drive adoption. So I think that's why it's unique. And my personal story, I would say, is I was a student at USC.
Okay.
It was I think it was 2017, 2018. One of
You-
the
were
first.
you a coder, an engineer?
I actually was not. I was a business student.
Business student, okay.
I was at Marshall School of Business, and you know, what's one great thing about school was, like, you know, I was sort of, you know, the curriculum was open in the sense I could take classes in various different places, right? So obviously, you know, the engineering school had all the fun gizmos and gadgets, and you know, obviously, you know, tech nerd sort of loved
you were drawn
you
to
know,
the
yeah,
toys.
yeah. It's fun. It's fun. So I took this class on blockchain, you know, learning about blockchain with the lens of Bitcoin. It was taught by Professor Nitin Kale. He's, like, you know, an authority in our university, and you know, learning about Bitcoin, and more importantly, like how the whole system sort of removes trust and replaces it with proof was like an aha moment for me.
Oh, sure.
So that was like the whole idea of like sort of social technology and how we're redesigning social interactions is what I think like just immediately got me into blockchain, and then more importantly about identity. So I've sort of always been drawn to like the infrastructural layer, you know, like how do we build infrastructure that allows interactions?
That is,
so,
in
yeah.
my mind, that is so much more gutsy than writing code, because I'm not a great coder. I can't really build an
Right,
app or anything,
right.
but I can do an if-then loop.
Sure.
Push comes to shove. And it's incredibly satisfying writing code,
Oh.
but you can do it on the existing thing there.
Yeah.
This, you need somebody that can make the button, that can make the parts
multiple
inside.
things. Yeah.
And so how how many total vendors are required for you to put this product together and get it in that box?
I mean, there's, at present, we're sort of producing in India,
Okay.
because the volumes aren't very high, and we can sort of manage at the moment, but not a lot. It's not as elaborate of an operation. It's just that even though limited number of vendors, it's just multiple processes that is like
Yeah.
waterfall, right? It's
Oh,
not
sure.
like it's one waits on the other, and if one gets stuck, then the whole sort of thing falls off. And
That makes sense. And
yeah,
we live in an age right now where companies across every industry
right.
are suffering from the supply chain because
Yeah.
COVID set everybody back,
and
and it's
chip shortages.
chip
and,
shortage.
It's challenging. That doesn't mean like one shouldn't do it.
Exactly.
So because just because it's hard, that doesn't mean you sort of work on like an easier solution.
I
don't
would
know.
because it's hard. That's a better reason. To do it.
Yeah.
It's far more
Um,
satisfying
Totally.
to get something accomplished that was a challenge than a layup.
I mean, security is, I feel if you build infrastructure around security, peace of mind is going to drive adoption, right? Like if people were not worried constantly about, oh my God, my assets are going to get stolen the second I open a wallet.
Yeah.
If they don't have that worry,
Well, you can talk a little bit about that because there are listeners that are new to crypto,
right.
and they understand that you can put money onto an exchange and then you can
Right.
buy crypto and it just sits there.
Right.
Why
right.
do you want to take your crypto off the exchange?
Good question. That's a really good question. I think there's two sort of answers to this. One is that so storing it on an exchange, ideally, it's not the ideal solution because there's centralization risk, right? Like in the case that an exchange gets hacked, your funds are just depleted from there, and
Yeah.
there's nothing really much that you can do about it. So for people that want to store their currencies, like the Bitcoin demographic understands like the whole HODL
Yes.
philosophy. That's just why they and self custody is a very big part, right? Like where you want to be the only person that is like sort of liable, like I'm the one that has control over my cryptocurrencies,
Mhm.
right? So that is why I want to move it from an exchange. There are people that are constantly interacting with various systems of Web3, right? Like whether that be DeFi, whether that be the NFT ecosystem. For convenience sake, software wallets or hot wallets, which are already connected to the
Sure.
internet, make more sense because it's convenience. But you also again stand the risk of signing the wrong smart contract or being connected to websites, and there's multiple other risks that you can think about.
Well,
So
I just learned, and I've been at this for a while.
right,
I didn't realize that some of the exchanges are constantly changing the receive addresses
Right.
as part of their security layer. I'm a guy that likes to save my passwords and stuff
Oh, yeah,
in an Excel file.
Yeah.
And so it is, though I'd never done it,
right,
I could imagine a scenario where I take the receive address, I
Oh,
put
yeah,
it there, and
yeah.
then I use the old one.
Yeah.
And that would be bad. And people
Right.
don't understand that. So this is, for somebody that's just dipping their toes in and maybe they're buying $20 of Bitcoin,
right,
the risk isn't that great
Right,
if the
right,
$20
right.
gets stolen. But once you've been in the space and you have a big
substantial
portion
amounts
of
of
your
charge,
you want
like
that
funds. Yeah.
in your fireproof
Right,
box.
right. I think that's like ideally, we want to use this as like a bank infrastructure, right?
Yeah.
Where you store your assets and there's an interactional layer on top where you can sort of work with
Well, no, I'm pointing at your shirt because
Oh.
it is, I'm my own bank. So absolutely. That's
Yeah,
a great, is that the company's logo or is it just a cool shirt?
well, so this is sort of like the discussion on self-custody.
Yeah.
Like where the whole idea is that it's good and bad, right? Like I'm solely responsible for what happens to my funds.
if you let the dog eat the device.
Yeah, like the whole thing. If you okay, so for example, if you end up storing everything in one place,
Yeah.
And something happens to it, you will lose your funds. Like
Yeah.
there's nothing we can do.
Which is the same as holding
Right.
cash.
Yeah, like human
Putting it in
error. Human error is the hardest to solve for. It's like
Yeah.
because it's use cases you will never think about, and it's like it's it comes first and then you're like, that's so obvious, but it isn't obvious.
I should have
Right,
known
so-
there would have been hyenas attacking. I just didn't see it
Right.
coming. There are no hyenas in Iowa, but it happened.
Right.
We need to solve for that. That's but this has been a great conversation.
Yeah,
I appreciate you coming by
thank you so
and
much.
showing us your product. I'm just going to show it one more time here because
Yeah.
it's really slick. You can't appreciate it until you've held it in your hands. And I'm one of those people that really enjoys a good box, quality box as well. So thank you
Glad
for
you
coming.
think so. Thank you, Brian. Thank you so much.
Good meeting you. Welcome back to Blockster TV. I'm Brian Meeks, and today I'm with Adam Lowe, the Chief Product and Innovation Officer at Arculus. Before you tell us about Arculus, can you tell us the origin of the name? I really like that story.
Sure, I love it too. There was a lot of active discussion around it. So Arculus is actually the Roman god of safes and strong boxes. So we really wanted to come up with a powerful name and some powerful imagery because as we protect your crypto, we wanted a guardian, right?
And your logo is fantastic. It
Thank
absolutely, your design team really nailed it. So
Appreciate
tell us about the actual product. Well, let's start with why is cold storage important?
Sure. So for your listeners out there who might be newer to the crypto space and Bitcoin space, cold storage is important because ultimately owning your own private keys for your crypto is important, right? So as your users may know or are learning, every transaction has to be signed by private keys.
Yes.
So as we say, not your keys, not your crypto. So if you started out in the space on, say, a centralized exchange, there's nothing wrong with that. You buy your first Bitcoin there, but you have to understand that they're the custodians of your keys. So if your crypto is on a hot wallet up in the cloud, you don't ultimately own your crypto. The joke is it's IOU Bitcoin. And
Yes.
really to maintain sovereignty and custody of your crypto, you really need to move it off a hot exchange and onto a hardware wallet system so that A, it's secure, B, you have your own private keys, which at the end of the day means you have ultimate control of your crypto.
Exactly. It turns it from, like you said, where you don't have control of your crypto to it's in your possession, just like if somebody went out and bought an ounce of gold. They would physically have the ounce of gold. They still need to make sure they don't drop it.
Yes.
And that's the same with all cold wallets. You need to keep it safe. But let's talk about what makes your cold wallet unique.
Sure. So a little bit of quick history. Arculus has been around. We've been working on the product between 18 months and 2 years. But our parent company, CompoSecure, has been around for 2 decades. So we actually make metal cards for some of the largest banks around the world and the security and technology around that. So if you have a metal card in your wallet from places like Amex or Chase or otherwise, we make it. So,
Oh, really?
we have 2 decades of experience in payment tech. So, one day, due to my, personal passion for crypto, we said, hey, look, there's a gap in the space, right? We need to build something that has the ease of use of a centralized exchange, hot
Sure.
wallet, with the security of a hardware wallet. But current hardware wallets on the market, hard to use, tiny screens, tiny buttons, cables, just not a great design. So what we came up with is our Arculus card.
Okay.
So inside is a secure element, same as a banking card.
Can I
Sure,
actually
please.
hold it? It's got a great heft to it. It's a very impressive feeling card. Now you wouldn't, not into crypto necessarily know what it is, but as soon as you hold it, it just sings quality.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So inside's a secure element. So the same type of chip that's in a banking card or passport securely generates and stores your private keys. So your private keys are generated on the card, never leave the card, and don't go anywhere else. And beyond that, Arculus is really differentiated in its kind of depth of defense, right? So it's something you have, which is your Arculus card,
Yep.
something you know, which is your PIN, and it's separate from your device PIN, and something you are, which is your biometric. So you actually have 3FA, right? You have 3 factors of authentication to allow you to access and send your crypto. Now,
So I don't mean to interrupt, but
Please.
the biometric, that's something I've not heard of in this space. How does that element work?
sure. So we actually utilize the device biometric, right? So whether you use Face ID on your phone or it's Touch ID with a fingerprint, we actually put that in that chain of accessing your crypto.
Wow.
So what's really nice is, it sounds like a lot, but you can do a transaction in a few seconds. I always joke with people that have some of the old hardware wallets, while you're turning yours on, I'll be done,
Yes.
right? Because we put the safety and security in the hardware device where it belongs, and the rich, easy to use UI in the mobile where it belongs. And I think that's a really great system that we made that's very different versus some of the other hardware wallets.
That's fantastic. Now, it sounds like were you with your parent company prior to starting Arculus, or they bought you? How did?
No,
What's your history? I'd like to. I ask every single guest, how did you get into crypto? What was your first moment? Do you have a story about reading the white paper, or where was your entry point to this world?
Sure. So we'll go way back. So the white paper came out when I was in graduate school, and I loved it. So I will admit I didn't buy a whole bunch of Bitcoin then. Of course, I wish I did.
Everybody does.
But it did ripple through academia, and all my friends were talking about it, and we all talked about it. Then after grad school, I went into defense. So I went into a not-for-profit defense company to help keep the warfighter safe. So while we were there, because it was defense and cyber defense, people would talk about Bitcoin, so it stayed on my radar. Then I joined my current company. I joined CompoSecure in payments, and crypto stayed a passion of mine. I had purchased Bitcoin by then, and what really excited me was kind of this convergence, right? Because sometimes we almost talk about it like us and them being centralized finance and us being crypto. At the end of the day, I think people are just going to own assets over time, right? You're going to own some amount of fiat. You're going to own some amount of Bitcoin. You're going to own securities in the stock exchange. And, my vision was to really help have a sovereign device that allows you to have this unique identity that secures everything. So that was kind of the dream that I pitched to our CEO, and he allowed me to run with it and create Arculus.
So now, is this something where if a person wanted to conduct a transaction and it was 20 Bitcoin and they were buying a piece of real estate or land, something, and they had their 20 Bitcoin on here, could they simply go, there you go, and hand it over, and then but the biometrics wouldn't allow for that?
No, if you really, really wanted to do that, right, when you generate the wallet, you generate the standard BIP39 seed phrase, which is essentially your private key in English, right? So you could, at that point, if you had the exact amount of Bitcoin you wanted on that card and the keys associated with it,
then you could
hand them the seed phrase and go,
there you go, give me the land.
Exactly.
That's one thing that I'm fascinated about, is the idea of using these tools to transfer physically, just like I mentioned with gold. If I had an ounce of gold, I could give it to you. And I think that's very interesting. What is next for Arculus? Do you have some other products coming out?
Sure. So, this is obviously the consumer product.
Sure.
Given our success in the white label space for big banks, we are doing some B2B offerings. So we can use Arculus if you wanted to pair it with your payment card. So say, a Visa card plus cold storage, we can do that for issuers.
That's interesting. Can we stay on that for a minute?
Sure.
So I have a Visa card. What do you mean by pairing it?
So not at the consumer level, but let's say a bank wanted to jump into crypto, right?
Gotcha.
We could develop a white label product for them. So yeah, it's a payment card, looks like a normal payment card, but hey, you could also offer your users an amazing advantage of, if they hold Bitcoin, they could use your card to self-custody it. So we think that's a big differentiator. We also have some products that can do digital key-based authentication.
Okay.
So we're really excited about that. And then within the consumer product, we're adding a couple things. One is within the quarter, we expect to have NFTs support added. So if users have NFTs right within the app, if the NFTs are associated with the address from the card, you'll be able to see your NFTs right in the app. So we think that's pretty big.
That is pretty big. I bought a couple Bezos NFTs 3 weeks ago, and I adore them. They were my first real NFT purchases. I believe, just like with crypto, most of the world doesn't own NFTs, and once you get one, it's a little difficult to explain. Do you collect NFTs at all?
I have a few. I wouldn't say I'm a serious collector. There's a lot of people around here that are serious collectors.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I certainly have my own fair share. My friends and I have minted a few for fun.
Yeah.
And even beyond the artwork, there's some really, really great applications for NFTs. We're talking to a few businesses about minting NFTs as warranty cards. So imagine you buy a very expensive Swiss watch.
Yes.
You get your Swiss watch. You get a very nice metal warranty card. And along with that warranty card, you get NFTs associated with that warranty.
That is really good, because I mean, again, it doesn't translate how cool this feels. I mean, literally, it's metal, it's cold to the touch, but which is by design. It's a neat item, and so if you're going to spend $300,000 on a watch, that's a really nice value add. And I would think that would be a pretty easy sales pitch to the high-end brand. You buy a Ferrari, and maybe it comes with an NFT, and maybe this could start the car.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, no, it can. It can.
Yeah, that's incredibly cool.
We have that security technology.
Well, very good. Well, I want to thank you for taking the time to come down and tell us about Arculus. It's been fabulous meeting you, and hopefully we'll see you here next year. Maybe we can chat again and see what's new.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Look at you the entire
Yeah.
time. Okay,
But, well,
okay,
you can look
good.
at the camera too.
Okay.
Welcome back to Bloxer TV. I'm Brian Meeks, and today I'm with Jenka of HeatCore, and we actually met not yesterday, 2 days ago at the start of the conference. We were waiting in line together, and we just ran into one another. And so I'm having him on the show because he's absolutely awesome.
Great to see you again,
Good
Brian.
to
Nice
see
to
you
meet
again.
Yeah.
This is fantastic. So let's start off and tell folks, what does HeatCore make?
Okay, so we're here at HeatCore, right? We're not just traditional miner with a very cool liquid cooling system.
Yeah.
We're actually integrated with cooling miners and an energy system. We want to harvest the heat energy that's generated through mining, and we want to use that to create a net zero carbon emission. And that's our mission statement, and we firmly believe in it.
That's a great mission statement because everybody knows that one of the concerns with crypto and one of the bashes that Bitcoin gets is the energy consumption and the impact on the environment. And so can we get into more of the details about the liquid cooling and the conversion? Because, well, first off, I always try to make sure that our listeners who are brand new to the space may not know what a miner is. Can you describe a miner to an absolute new person?
Okay. When I got into it, someone just told me, miner is just, you're using computer, you're using chips to find these Bitcoins out of all a sea of data right there. That's what we're trying to do.
That's a great description.
Right.
It's out there looking for the treasure.
Yeah, exactly. And in the meanwhile, it consumes a lot of power, right? So in that power, often turns electricity into heat. And people are trying to cool these chips down. And right now there are people using immersion, which use oil, whatnot.
Yeah.
We're brand new. We're using liquid water, and we are cooling the chips directly. We don't need to put the thing immerse into oil or whatnot. Yeah. We're just shooting water in, cold water going in, hot water coming out. It brings out the heat at over 95% efficiency, and the hot water that's coming out is a great resource for heat. It's a heat resource, and we're trying to utilize that to generate this net zero carbon. Because originally you're going to use a ton of carbon emission, whether it's electricity or coal burning to heat up the water anyway. So now we're heating up the water using crypto mining.
Because everyone's out there has taken a shower. Your hot water unit needs to be heated up, and that requires energy to heat it. And so by getting it there, what are some of the businesses that you're looking to partner with to take advantage of, hey, you could be mining Bitcoin and solving this other problem of yours, and we arrive at net zero? Can you talk?
Yeah, awesome. We've been doing this successfully for 2 years now. It is
really?
Yeah, we had great success in partnering up with agriculture fund. They're heating up their greenhouses. They're doing they're I'm particularly fond of this particular case that they're doing salmon fish farming,
Yeah.
where they're heating up the water for their fishes. And yeah, basically they're earning the profits, or on three fronts. First of all, they're mining, right? They're mining Bitcoins, which is huge profitable thanks to our efficiency because it's water cooled. Second of all, they're saving huge bills on the heating of the water. And third, they're selling the fishes where they're not supposed to be selling fishes because the water is freezing cold in Denmark and in Norway. That we have clients from Northern Europe doing
That
this thing
is
as we
brilliant,
speak.
because I'm a huge fan of salmon. I had it 2 nights ago.
Right.
It's probably my favorite fish.
For sure.
And we talked about this before the show started, is I'm somebody who really loves a project that simultaneously accomplishes multiple goals.
Right.
And that's cutting edge.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
when being zero carbon emissions takes away the complaint.
Yeah.
And it's good.
Exactly. Not only agriculture, like resident heating. If you're from anywhere cold, you know that the cold air.
If you're
not
in Denmark,
Florida,
if you're in Florida, we don't need so much of the heating down here.
Yeah.
But I'm from Iowa, and
Yeah, exactly.
we have every year at least a week of below zero.
Right.
Plug that in, and
Yeah, you're mining and you're heating up your house. We can do this on large scale as well. We're heating up like shopping malls. We're doing this on a large scale and small scale. We have like different customization, so we can give you a little like household machine that you just run your house, heat up your pool, and we can have like larger deployment that heats up like cities. I'm not even kidding.
I believe you. So if you've got a small house, say it's 1,500 square feet, a tiny little bungalow,
Right.
and I say to you, I want to heat my house with
Right.
a machine.
Right.
What sort of hash rate are we getting on a machine that would heat a tiny house?
Yeah, it's funny you should say that. They just came out with this Micro BT M53 series. It's just perfect for us, and we're using them right now, the 50 series, and they got hash rate about like 170 to 230 terahash. It was crazy. But the thing is, they get crazy hot, so they need liquid cooling. People are trying to use immersion, but no, they need liquid cooling.
That's
for
a
this.
brilliant partnership. When did that happen? Is that brand new?
Yeah, it's brand new. It's happening right now. If you want to come and take a look, we have a booth down there. We have that thing on display right now, and people are going crazy for those.
That is fantastic.
Yeah.
What is the booth number in case somebody watching is actually here today?
Okay, we're at HeatCore, so it's right next to the number. They don't actually label the number, but we're column number 38. We're right there.
Column
so we have
38.
a huge booth, so just come and visit us.
That is absolutely fantastic. So your miners are very unique. I love the serving multiple functions. I ask everybody this: how did you get into Bitcoin? What was the moment in your life where you became aware of it, and then that led to this stage?
Sure. Yeah, I was doing my PhD program at UCLA,
Nice.
in California. Yeah, it was nice, but I got into it because my thesis was really regarding micro and nanotechnology. And so I got exposed to tons of, the batteries making, all those MEMS devices.
Yeah.
And that got me into, chips making, semiconductor industry. We work, our school worked very close to that industry. And that's how I got, to learn more and more about crypto. I believe in it. I believe the decentralization of the, bringing wealth to everybody. So I really believe in the system. And
I do too. I think we have a few barriers to get past with education, and there are so many people at this conference that have projects designed around making it less scary. The issue I see is that the news channels, they like to tell the stories every time somebody loses their key, because that's what gets clicks. But the realities are, crypto's here to stay. It's helping a lot more people than are known, and so how many years, in 10 years, will it be mainstream to heat your house with your miner?
Yeah, we're doing it right now as we speak, and people are. I just came back with 100 conversations a day. Just people trying to, can I get this in my? There are like large miners, of course. They're doing like, I have 500 megawatts. You want to deal with us? Or they're just like individual miners, like, hey, I can put this in my pool house, heat up my pool, or I can put this in my basement. So we're doing it as we speak, and we're moving our company to the United States. So look us up. We're
That's
coming.
this may be going down too much of a rabbit hole, but At what temperature does it heat it up to?
Oh,
could
yeah.
Could it produce? Is it close enough to improve efficiency with regards to steam power?
Of course, of course. So yeah, actually that's a great point, right? Yeah, I forgot to mention our water comes out consistently 65 degrees Celsius for people in the United States.
For the Americans,
150 yeah.
nobody knows what that means
Yeah,
here.
150 Fahrenheit, so that's like scalding hot. So
Yeah.
yeah, that's hot enough for heating up your houses, your apartments. For steam power, we have like clients from industry, from the industrial user. They want to do 100 degrees, which is like the boiling point to steam.
Yeah.
So what they do is they use our miners. They're using our system to preheat it.
Yeah, to get it part of the way, because you
Yeah.
have to pay for every degree that you're
Exactly.
raising the temperature. And so if you're starting at 165,
Yeah.
you've eliminated enormous amounts of
Yeah,
expense.
this-
You still have to get up to 212.
Exactly.
This is such a cool project.
Yeah, they'll save like 60-70% of their energy bill just by using our miner while they're mining Bitcoins, which is
and
going-
that is
Yeah.
reducing the carbon imprint,
Exactly.
because otherwise it would be coal-fired plants getting them
Exactly.
from room temperature to
Yeah.
This is
I
really
couldn't say it better than myself. That's where the net zero comes from.
well.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, yeah.
Everyone I've spoken to at this conference has been remarkable, but this is something that just
Thank you.
gets me really excited.
Oh,
And so
thank you.
I think you're going to do great things. Would you say you've had a good show? You've got
Oh,
a lot
yeah.
of new customers.
Oh yeah, like
Yeah.
people coming in our booth, like everybody's telling me this is awesome. They want in, they want to taste, and it makes us super happy because we're based in China and we're moving to the United States. That gives us a lot of confidence, and
Sure.
I think we're gonna do well.
Yeah.
We're gonna stick around for a while, so look us up.
That's good. Now, have you decided where you're going to move in the U.S.? Because I would mention
Mhm.
Miami is becoming the crypto sort of centric world,
Yeah,
and we would love to have you here because
Yeah.
then you and I could hang out.
Oh yeah, for sure. We're thinking about Miami, and a lot of people are telling us Texas, which is
The advantage of
Yeah.
Texas, I know a little bit about that,
Uh-huh.
particularly the western and the high plains.
Mhm.
It's a desert area, but
Right.
it's incredibly cheap electricity. There are some competitive advantages to Texas,
Mhm.
tax-wise and all.
of course.
But you know what? If you're in Texas, you and I can't hang out. I think there's a lot of advantages to Miami. It's a great town, and this is where all the cool kids are.
Yeah, no. Brian gave me a great idea about the laundromat. Remember,
Yes,
we
yeah.
can use the hot water to
I
heat up
have
the laundromat.
another idea I'm going to give you off camera,
Hey.
just so that somebody out there doesn't get to it first.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey, this has been a great interview. Thank you so
for
much for
having
Jenka for coming by.
Yeah.
Again, it's Heat Core. and
Core.
there you go, Heat
Yeah,
Core.
heat core.
And you can find them online. Check out their products and heat up your house. Make a lot of Bitcoin. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, Brian.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Blockster TV. My name is Brian Meeks, and I'm thrilled to be here with Bill Barhydt of Abra. Thank you for coming on today.
My pleasure.
I
Thanks for having me.
appreciate it. We have a lot of listeners who are fairly new to the crypto space.
Okay.
And so while most of the people here are very familiar with Abra, the listeners may not be. Can you tell us a little bit about the platform?
Absolutely. Abra is a cryptocurrency banking platform. What does that mean? That allows you to buy, sell, trade like over 100 cryptocurrencies. We allow you to hold and stake cryptocurrencies, which means you can earn yield on dollars, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Lumens, a whole bunch of other crypto assets. You can earn anywhere from like 7 to 12%, for example, on dollars. You can earn up to 7% on Bitcoin. So great way to hold Bitcoin and earn more Bitcoin while you're holding it.
Nobody wants to sell their Bitcoin.
Exactly. Especially if you can earn more, right,
Yeah.
while you're staking it. Then we've launched a new service that allows you to hold your Bitcoin and borrow against it in dollars. So let's say you're holding $1,000 worth of Bitcoin. We'll actually lend you $150 for free, no interest, as long as you hold that Bitcoin with Abra. And that's a fantastic model for the future because, as you said, people don't want to sell Bitcoin. You're not paying taxes because you have a loan, and you get the benefit of any future increase in value of the Bitcoin itself. You're not paying interest, and if you want to roll the loan over forever and use future gains to pay off the loan, go ahead.
So in a sense, it's a self-repaying loan.
It could be. Yeah.
That's incredibly interesting.
I think that's the future of banking right there, what you just said.
I believe it is the future of banking because, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know how many employees you have, and I don't know if you want to tell me, but
140.
140. How many does Citibank have? They have
A lot more than 140.
than that, and
Probably in a couple of branches.
and probably in a couple of branches. Exactly. And so one of the components, it's my understanding, that makes banking finance so hard to get a good return on your investment is that they have to pay the infrastructure, the employees,
Physical branches.
the physical branches, and by being lean, you're able to offer these things that were unheard of a few years ago.
100%. We are incredibly technology efficient.
Mhm.
We obviously take advantage of Bitcoin and Ethereum and all of the blockchains that we support for our digital assets for generating yield in terms of DeFi and other collateralized lending obligations, which is now approaching $2 billion for the company. So yes, we get tremendous economies of scale, right, versus traditional banking services. Almost anybody can get economies of scale versus traditional
Well,
banking services. They're so damn efficient.
It's
But
a low bar.
It is a low bar. That is right. Yes.
Well, I understand that I always ask, what was your catalyst that got you into Bitcoin?
Mm-hmm.
But am I correct that you gave the first TED Talk on Bitcoin?
Yeah, it was 10 years ago.
And so can you talk about the time before that got you to the point that you were enough of a subject matter expert that you got to do a TED Talk?
So in 2011, 2012, no one was a subject matter expert. And it was a real struggle. I understood the concepts because of my background, the idea of a decentralized intermediary list digital currency was always the holy grail for those of us who were in the cypherpunk community. The problem is we all thought that it was unachievable. And honestly, we thought it was unachievable because it never occurred to us that you would use every single computer in the world to process the transactions.
Sure.
Right? Because honestly, when you think about it from that perspective, the cost of decentralization is efficiency.
Yes.
Right? And the two basically are kind of at odds with each other. And that's what we've learned as
That's
a
the
result
brilliance
of
of the
Bitcoin.
white paper.
Correct. And that's why I'm convinced an academic didn't create Bitcoin. It's not elegant enough. Right?
Fair point.
Because it's brute force. Use every computer. Problem solved.
Yeah.
So here's the impetus for me. I was running a remittance company helping migrant workers in the United States use next-gen cell phones. This is even pre-iPhone. When we
Okay.
had feature phones, flip phones.
Yeah.
Use those flip phones to send money home to Mexico, Haiti, Philippines, Guatemala. And I spent a lot of time on the ground in those countries trying to figure out why Western Union works the way it works, why the banks via wire work the way they work, how this next generation technology could help. Biggest problem was the banks and regulators.
So you spotted the inefficiencies.
Not only
the
the
system.
inefficiency in the existing system, but why they were inherently biased and effectively blocking low-income cash consumers from accessing their system and effectively didn't want them at all
And you
in the
immediately
system.
thought, here's something I can build a business and solve a problem.
That was pre-Bitcoin. That was my
Yeah.
theory.
Yeah.
Okay. And we did solve some problems. We had a lot of users. The company's now run by one of the wireless carriers in one of those regions. They took it over. It's their kind of mobile money platform even today. The challenge, though, is scaling that. Every time we added a new country to the mix, people in that country needed to be able to send to every other country. It's like taking a Venmo in the US and making it work via like Metcalfe's Law globally. It's a tremendous legal and technology challenge. When I first read the white paper, I said, oh my God, this is a platform that solves every problem I've been having. So I immediately architected a solution that would allow you to use Bitcoin to send dollars from person to person and fix the value of the dollars using Bitcoin. Now that was way too far ahead of its time, but it was my kind of Alice down the rabbit hole for a couple of years to learn the ins and outs of every minutia of how this works, dealing with the banks and how they just hated this out of the gate. But
well,
it led,
it's a threat.
Of course, it still is 10 years later. It's a bigger threat now. But it led to what became Abra, our understanding of how this would evolve, how it would eventually take over the existing banking system, what it means for Bitcoin to become digital gold, what it means for Ethereum to enable DeFi and smart contracts. And here we are 10 years later.
That's absolutely brilliant. I really enjoy talking with thinkers. And some of your background, I understand that you were a researcher at NASA. So when you say you architected the thing, you mean you did the work?
Well, the ideas. I mean,
Yeah.
we have an amazing team. My CTO has been with me since the beginning. My head of engineering has been with me for 5 years. You know, we're a tight team, particularly on the product side. And now we have these operation teams in credit lending that analyzes DeFi contracts, kids from MIT looking at DeFi code, you know, Solidity contracts. That's like way above my head even now, because I'm a boomer, as they say in crypto. And, you know, so it is a huge group effort now to be able to manage a couple of $1 billion of other people's crypto assets and have the right risk management process in place, right yield process in place, be able to underwrite loans against your crypto, be able to facilitate new assets for trading. It's actually non-trivial to list a new crypto asset when you can trade it against any other asset in the system.
It's similar to the example you just gave with adding the other countries.
100%.
It exponentially grows as.
Yeah, it's a little less complex from a legal perspective than, you know, the remittance market, but it has its own complexities for sure. And we've become pretty good at dealing with those complexities.
Fantastic. Who is your customer base? Is this business to business? Is it me, just a guy on the street that's into?
Yeah.
The answer is yes.
The answer is yes, and I'll tell you why. So we have a couple of million, like 2.5 million-ish consumers in the system now. And they're basically in the US and Europe and Canada, parts of Asia, parts of South America. They're holding crypto. They're actively trading. We have a ton of users simply using us for yield, whether it's dollars or Bitcoin or staking Ethereum and next-gen cryptocurrencies. The lending business is growing. Our institutional business is started to really take off. And this is businesses using us to earn yield on their treasury in stable coins because they can't do that via the banking system. So some of these mid-sized companies, especially in the payment space that know how we work, have looked at this and go, I'm generating huge amounts of cash, generating, you know, a fraction of a percent, basically zero on deposits. And I can put this in Abra and I can earn between 7 and 12% interest. That's
staggering.
Huge. Staggering.
You don't need to be a math genius or a NASA rocket scientist.
In some cases, right. It's mirroring their revenue.
Yeah.
Right. And so we manage our own treasury the same way. We have both dollars and Bitcoin in our balance sheets, not our customers' money, our money. Sure. And we manage our own treasury using our own product. And it's fantastic. It's a big revenue generator for us as well.
That is fantastic. I completely agree. Again, because some of our listeners are fairly new, staking is a term that a year and a half ago, I didn't even know what it was. A lot of them may not know, but can you give a basic primer on staking and why it's important and why you want people to stake and you're willing to pay such a high rate?
Right. So staking in Abra means two things. There's the definition that everyone uses, which is I basically allot my Ethereum or other crypto assets to a specific smart contract address that actually pays more of that asset for me giving up the right to hold my assets myself by giving them up to the smart contract. I'm actually adding value to the network.
But
I'm
liquidity.
I'm adding liquidity. Maybe
Yes.
I'm adding liquidity. Maybe I'm validating other transactions, like in the case of
Sure.
Ethereum, and I'm basically earning more Ethereum as part of that network upgrade for validating more transactions. So there's different reasons why these smart contracts pay out more of their own currency
Sure.
to do that. On the other hand, we also have a lending system so that when you're staking, what you're actually doing is you're lending your crypto to Abra, and then we're generating more yield for you, doing what we call collateralized lending. So somebody else wants to borrow dollars or Bitcoin or Ethereum, usually an institution, they'll park some other collateral with us equal to or greater than what you're
Sure.
borrowing, and then they'll be able to borrow what you've deposited, and you get the vast majority, like 85% of whatever they pay goes to you.
And this goes back to your original example of the $1,000 and the 150.
Correct.
This
That's
is-
how it works.
This is absolutely brilliant. Now, I had questions prepared, but we're just rolling so
Let's
well.
do it.
I don't even care about that. list.
Okay.
The thing that comes to mind as you were talking about disrupting banking, and maybe disrupting isn't even a strong enough word.
Kill is a good word.
Kill is a better word. So, kill Citibank, kill U.S. Bank, and those
By the way,
30, 40.
I'm not killing them.
No,
Time is killing them.
time is killing. them.
So I'm just basically taking advantage of what I know is happening. It's
Yeah.
just the next iteration of Moore's law around, technology and networks and this massive 50-year movement towards decentralization.
Well, I see the disruptors across all of the various industries, real estate, what you're doing, everything I've been talking about with folks for 3 days as changing the world. And I don't mean that in hyperbole, where you take 78,000 people employed in banking and now they don't have jobs. That's human capital.
Mhm.
It's going to unleash a massive amount of human capital to do other things, which I hope would be advances that we haven't thought of. Is that something you think about? Because there could be a
Oh.
downside to maybe you do your job so well that it has an unintended consequence.
Sure. I'll give you one example. The amount of money spent on the same AML and terrorist financing blocking systems on this planet is staggering. I would not be surprised if it was like $500 billion. Okay. Now, I would venture a guess that did not provide $500 billion of benefits to the people of planet Earth who were supposedly being protected by all of that nonsensical software. But more importantly, to your question, the amount of smart people and brain power that it takes to do that, and what is effectively, for the most part, wasted effort when you do the math, right? It just makes no sense. And it's all going to go away with this next generation of decentralized systems because there's no off switch.
Absolutely.
So that's the beauty of Bitcoin as pristine money and collateral for this lending model, for Ethereum as the platform for smart contracts, is at scale, there's no off switch. And that means that whether you're an ill-intentioned government, a good-intentioned government, makes no difference, right? The best software will win.
Absolutely. So we went through the Iron Age, then we had the Industrial Age. Is this the crypto age that is going to pivot the human race?
I think it's the internet age. And what I think happened is we reached peak centralization in 1969. The largest undertaking since the most complicated undertaking since the building of the pyramids was putting somebody in a little metal tube and shooting them, right,
Yeah.
to another planet.
Yeah.
Okay. We haven't achieved anything that complicated since, from a massive centralization perspective. If you think about computing, from mainframes to the PC to the internet to smartphones to crypto, it's been a methodical march towards global decentralized systems, which is interesting given where we are in this debt cycle. When everybody says, Ray Dalio talks about a global reset and how it's always led to war and, nobody knows what's going to happen. I think that the timing is perfect for this movement towards decentralization in this internet age, because it represents a way out of what's been happening for 1,000 years every 40 to 100 years, right? And so that's the age that we're in.
That's the age
That's
that we're
the
in.
potential of what we have in front of ourselves. If we can basically, be smart enough and survive and, come out the other side, look what we have waiting for us.
That is absolutely brilliant. I have enjoyed this more than I'm a wordsmith, I'm a novelist, and yet I'm struggling to find the right words to tell you how much that I want to thank you for
my
coming
pleasure.
by. It was wonderful, and I can see why they let you do a TED Talk. That was
Thank you.
awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Blockster TV. My name is Brian Meeks, and today I'm with Prez Thomas, co-founder and CMO of DankBank.
Correct.
I'm glad I got the pronunciation. It's a pretty easy one. I've had harder spellings today. Can you tell us what is DankBank for those that are less familiar with it? Because
Sure
you're fairly
thing,
new.
sure
How long have you been out?
Been out for just about 3 weeks.
There you go. So
Very
you may
new.
not have heard of DankBank. Now you have.
Hardly even a month. Yeah, so DankBank is a fractionalized meme NFT exchange. We are in the business of helping creators who have created or are the subject of super viral memes and videos to mint them as NFTs. And then we help them to fractionalize those NFTs into, let's say, 1 million pieces. Then those fractions can be traded and collected on our site.
You gave me an example earlier that was it Doge?
Yeah.
Can you tell that story?
So the original memes have always, in their one-of-one form, been very highly sought after by collectors. And the most infamous of all sales is the original Doge photo, from taken by the mother of the Shiba Inu dog, was sold for $4 million at auction. It was sold to a collective called PleaserDAO.
Okay.
And several months after they acquired it, they fractionalized it into 69 billion pieces. And shortly after its initial auction, its peak valuation was between $400 and $500 million. So for a brief period, it was rivaling the Salvador Mundi as the most valuable piece of art in existence.
That, as somebody who very much enjoys art, I don't like it being the most valuable piece of art in history. I think there are more worthy, but who am I to say? That's the beauty of crypto, is it's democratizing everything.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It allows you to really see how society values, we kind of work backwards from this thesis that the most valuable collectibles are the most recognizable. It's why we pay so much for luxury brands. It's why the most well-known artists, their work sells for the most money. But at the current moment in time, especially in the digital age, I mean, memes are really the backbone of how we communicate. I think you could argue that there are more young people who would recognize Pepe the Frog over a Rembrandt.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's a great example. I grew up collecting baseball cards. I still have 20 or 30,000.
Wow.
I was a pretty serious collector. And it's that model.
Yeah.
When growing up, I wanted the Pete Roses. I wanted the Mickey Mantle cards.
Mm-hmm.
When you get a Willie Mays, I have a 1957 Willie Mays that I adore. And it does keep going up in price, but that's a different generation's hobby. Young people today, they don't want cardboard. They certainly don't want the gum. Memes, they're online.
As great as the gum is.
As great as the gum is. And so tell me, what was the catalyst that brought you into setting up DankBank, meeting your founder, so forth?
So my founder and I, a year ago, I was still in college. I was a junior, and I met my co-founder, Harry Jones, at a poker game in the dorm room, and we hit it off. He was interested in the blooming NFT space, and I guess more crypto more generally. He was interested in particular in information markets.
Okay.
So that's betting on the outcome of real world events. So he left school to work at a company called Polymarket, and he became head of markets there, dreaming up, what is the next big thing that people want? How long is it going to take to get the ship in the Suez Canal unstuck?
Yes.
And once he started getting a little income, he aped all of that income into memes, into photos of memes. So the first one was Bad Luck Brian. Bad Luck Brian was one of the first memes to ever sell as an NFT. He bought it for around 30 grand. And the cool thing is that was right around the time that Beeple's Everydays sold for 69 million.
69 million at Christie's auction house. I think it was around March 21st of last year, 2021.
Yeah.
And what's interesting about that story for new folks to this world is that the artist Beeple, he had only been making NFTs for 6 months prior to that sale, but it was a collection of his 5,000 pieces of art that he created every day over 13 years, bundled it up, and 69 million is not bad.
Yeah, no, not bad at all. Life-changing. And that was really the thing that put NFTs in front of people in the art world. At least I think. I think it was one of the big catalysts.
And so your company is going to help artists in ways they're giving them avenues that previously didn't exist.
Yeah. I mean, the crazy thing about being a meme is that most people don't ever anticipate becoming a meme. So, you know, you are a high schooler getting your yearbook photo taken, you're at a party and you're doing something silly and someone's recording you.
Yeah.
And then you become a cultural icon and your
Yes.
face is everywhere and you never see any benefit. You know, a lot of times people don't even know who the people behind these memes are.
Yeah.
So what we really want to do is we want to be able to give these creators a way to capitalize, to get some return on these monumental pieces of art that they've entered into the world that have been so influential for so many people.
So you're 3 weeks into this. How's it
Mhm.
going?
It's going pretty well. It's going pretty well. I mean, we're a weird company. We have a very strange service and a very strange product. So we get to kind of throw caution to the wind a bit when it comes to marketing and advertising. So we've done some fun stunts, like when we were gearing up to go live. For every early access sign up to our site, I spent 5 additional minutes in a chastity belt. So through things like
That's
that,
thinking
we've
outside
built,
the box.
yeah, right. But that's what you get to do when you sell memes for a living. So it's gone well. You know, a lot of our memes right now are sitting at valuations in between maybe 300,000 and if you include Doge, like 100 million. So, you know, volume on the site is good. People are passionate. One of the beautiful things about memes is that people love them personally. So when people come into our community and they meet other people who care enough about these memes to buy ownership of them,
Yeah.
there's this instant bond that I don't think you get with most NFT projects, because we have an asset that has existed in the world previously that people might have a decades-long relationship with, versus, you know, a Bored Ape or a Fidenza, as brilliant as they are,
Yeah.
as great as they are, they're new. You know, there's no telling whether or not Bored Apes will be important to everyday life a decade from now. But we already know that these viral videos are.
Well, you were talking about that, and I couldn't help but think back. I was trying to remember sort of the first viral meme, and I don't know if it would qualify, but do you know Hamster Dance?
Hamster Dance?
Hamster Dance. You might need to Google that because it might be before you were born. It was this little thing with these dancing hamsters and this tune that was the most horrible earwig,
Yeah.
but I still sometimes hear it. It gets thrown in. I've heard it in the background of a movie. It
Yeah.
was there. And if I saw that had been fractionalized, the nostalgia for me would
Right.
make me buy.
Yeah. It's
Do
cool.
people buy just one share, or do some say, I want 100 shares?
Kind of all over the map. You know, it's cool. A lot of people, I would say the majority of people actually only buy a small amount, which I personally think is cool. They
Because it's
diversify their
nostalgia.
portfolio.
Yeah.
Yeah. But there are people out there who think of these things as being, you know, in the same way that art collectors think about a Rembrandt or a Picasso, and they come in and they'll scoop up large quantities and they'll hold it for.
Yeah, I don't know that
indefinitely.
Hamster Dance has any value, but for a while back in the days of Napster,
Napster, yeah, of course.
Hamster Dance was a thing. And so what's next on the horizon? I mean, you're only 3 weeks in, so maybe that's not a fair question.
No, it is. We think about it like you know, it's crazy. The space moves so fast. You're always thinking about what you can do to, I don't want to say remain relevant. That sounds a little bad, but it's cool. We've got a lot of fun things in the works. First of all, you know, we're always reaching out to people who have these great memes, and we have really cool collaborations coming up. I think one that I can probably mention is Carol Baskin. We've got some Carol Baskin memes coming.
That seems like a pretty good investment.
It's very cool. We're getting to the point where we can operate with, you know, some high profile living memes. And so we also want to be in the business of, you know, airdropping these memes to our users, rewarding people who are using the site by expanding their portfolios.
Well, if somebody that happens to watch this video or is watching now is one of those people that had a meme and they, maybe it's an older one that you haven't heard of, do you allow people to pitch you?
Yeah, absolutely. We want people to, our ultimate goal is to get to the point where anyone can upload their own memes to the site. But for now, we want to curate to make sure we're only bringing, you know, the most legendary content that is absolutely beyond a shadow of a doubt authentic. So we have to do some hand picking and some curation.
That makes sense.
Yeah, the ultimate goal is to allow anyone to mint. And if you have a meme of any cultural relevance, you should reach out to us. And you can do that on our site. We have a tab on our homepage. If you scroll down a tiny bit, it says, "Do you have a legendary meme?" And if you click on it, you can reach out, and then we will expeditiously try to get that meme on DeckBank.
That is really interesting, because I can imagine that there will be a fan base of yours. Maybe they start as collectors, but they'll see the opportunity and they'll start thinking of, can I create a meme?
Yeah.
And the potential of minting a meme right out of the gate that hasn't gone viral yet, but people see it and say, that's funny. I want to invest in it now when it's $1. What are some typical rates when you're buying? How much does a single piece of one of these $300,000 memes cost?
Right now, I mean, you can fractionalize them into however many fractions you want.
Is there a common area where you try a sweet spot?
Right now, in trying to keep it mimetic, most of our memes have 42,069 fractions. So
Okay.
420.69.
420.69.
And so at that valuation, most shares are between, I want to say, like $1 and $5 a pop. We have some memes on the site like Doge is 69 billion shares. So even though it's worth tens of millions of dollars, a share is still a fraction of a penny.
Sure.
But the beautiful thing is you can buy fractions of shares. So really, the same way you could buy a fraction of a Bitcoin, fraction of an ETH, multiple ETH, multiple Bitcoin.
And are you able to buy these with cryptocurrency?
Yeah.
I mean, it seemed like a dumb question, but
it's cool. We have right now, you can use Ethereum, but in a couple of weeks, we're integrating with Polygon, which means that you can sign up with an email account with no MetaMask, and you can buy memes with a credit card.
That'll be big.
So ideally, it's as easy to buy a meme as it is to buy like a folding chair on Amazon.
This has been remarkable, because honestly, I didn't know anything about the fractionalized NFT market before we met a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
And so I really appreciate you coming by, taking time to talk to us.
Thank you
very much. It was great meeting you.
It's great to meet you as well.
So check out DeckBank.
Three, two.
Welcome back to Blockster TV. I'm Brian Meeks, and I'm pleased to be here with Brett Callip of RareMint.
Pleased
How
to
are
be
you
here.
doing?
I'm good, man. Pleased to be here.
He's high energy. He's been doing a billion of these, and it's amazing that you made time for us here at the end of Bitcoin 2022. Have you had a good conference?
Had a great conference. Talked to a lot of people. Met a lot of people. It's always good to reconnect with people you haven't seen in a long time. And like, you know, humanity has been kind of stuck in a place where we haven't been able to connect live with people, right? So it's nice to like be like, oh, that's what you look like from the Zoom call.
Yeah, exactly. So tell us about RareMint.
So RareMint does asset-backed sports collectible NFTs. So we take rare sports assets and we digitize them in our studio. So we shoot an asset in 12K. We shoot it between 300 and 1,200 times. It goes into our software, and then we make sure it's positioned correctly. It looks beautiful. It feels like you can like reach out and like touch it, like this plant, right?
Wow.
And then we actually digitize it, and then we mint it. And then we take the actual physical object and we put it in our vault. And so when you have the one of one in your wallet, you actually own the one that's in our vault, and it's yours. So if you want it at any time, we'll take the NFT back, we'll burn it, we'll send you the actual physical item. But you're not going to want it because you're going to want all the advantages of having that digital object.
What are the advantages of the digital object?
So first and foremost, you know, it's easily sellable. Have you ever tried to sell anything on like eBay or anything else where you actually have to send it?
I'm a baseball card collector from way back.
So am
I have
I.
a lot of cards. I've got a lovely 57 Willie Mays that I adore in brilliant shape, but I don't want to sell them. But if I did, I know that I'm not going to get what it's worth. I'm going to have to send it out to get evaluated so that it gets the official seal. There's an enormous amount of cost and just hassle to selling it.
Well,
And
think
so-
about
so-
risk.
yeah,
So think
and
about
risk.
risk, right? So like you have some object in your house, whether it's worth $100 or whether it's worth $500,000, you know, a child's hands could go on it. Your buddy comes over and spills beer on it. Someone steals it. You just want to remove it, right? Like it's a pain to move. You know, it's not baseball season anymore. So or it is baseball season now that the draft strike's over.
Yeah.
But okay, so it's baseball season. So you're gonna now I'm gonna take down my, you know, Gary Payton Supersonics jersey. I'm like a Seattle guy, so I'm
Fair
big into
enough.
Seattle's. We will have a team again someday in basketball.
I believe you
Trust
will.
me. But you know, we'll take that. Would I take that down and then put up my Ken Griffey Jr. thing? And like that's a pain. I want it all to be digital so I can just switch it off. So it's highly portable. You can get a loan against it. So think about the fact that like, can I collateralize the like Magic Johnson basketball that's sitting in my office?
No.
Well, what bank's gonna be like, yeah, we really believe you, Brett. But I'm like, I swear it's PSA certified and DNA. But if it's in our vault, then the lender knows it's safe, knows it's insured, knows it's protected, and now can say, okay, we'll give you 40-50% loan to value on that. So now you don't have to get rid of your asset, and you can actually put your money to work or do whatever you need to do with it, because everyone needs a little money sometimes.
So somebody has near mint condition T206 Wagner, and they come to you. What is the cost and the process of doing all the things you just described?
So we don't ingest anyone else's assets today, right? Outside of personal relationships we have. So we have access to about 350 million in rare sports assets around the world. And these are private collectors that we've had relationships with, and we have our own collection as well. And so it's really, really important to us to make sure that the process and the internal controls are right, so that when we ingest an asset, we make sure it's verified. We look at, whether it's PSA or Trump Beckett or whoever's going to actually do the authentication.
Yeah.
Make sure that's correct. Make sure that we can shoot it. Make sure that it actually gets to the vault. Make sure that we have audits on the vault, so you actually know. So we actually do two of our own certification. So we actually create what we call an NFT authentication piece, and so we actually show pictures of it in our studio being shot. We give you schematics on that. So as a potential purchaser, number one, you know that asset was actually in our studio. It's real.
Yep.
But as an owner, I want to know that the asset's still in the vault. And so we have a third party come in and audit the vault to make sure that it's still there. It's okay. Then what we say is what we do, because at the end of the day, we were trying to grow a brand, and I really wanted this to be kind of the cornerstone company when it comes to asset backed and physical to digital. And so in order to do that, and kind of order to achieve my 20-year vision on what I see this company becoming, it starts with execution, it starts with trust, it starts with transparency. And so you really want to be able to bring those things through and show the audience that what we actually said we do, what you saw on our roadmap and our light paper, we actually are executing on that, and we're actually doing it.
So were you just an avid sports fan collector prior to getting this idea? What was the mechanism that made you think of it? It's very clever.
Yeah. So my dad was an extreme athlete before that term even existed.
Okay.
And he was in the sports manufacturing business. And so I grew up around these pro athletes. I actually worked in a factory as a team summer job, putting together sports equipment. So it's always been in my DNA. My family was very outdoors. We were always skiing and snowboarding and water skiing, doing all these things. And so it's always been part of my life, right? And then I became a technologist. So I got into search and linguistics when Amazon only sold books. People don't realize. I talk to young people all the time. They're like, what do you mean Amazon only sold books? I'm like, yeah, there was a point in time all they sold was books, right? Now they sell everything. And so, and it's interesting because at that time, the web was suspect. Maybe the web was going to go away at that time, right? That's what people thought. There were too many websites at that time, by the way.
Yes.
People stop making websites. There's too many of them, and they're there to steal our credit card,
Yes.
right? And then look, we evolved, and there was this catalyst that was email. Right? Yeah. So, email started to get people to communicate. And then, wait a sec, I can use the web to email. Oh, wait, I can use the web to do other things. What can I do? Right? And it was this catalyst moment that onboarded a bunch of people. And so where I think, NFTs are that, catalyst kind of delivery system that then can take things like sports and onboard a whole bunch of new wallets to do that.
That's brilliant. Let me ask you this. You talk about you have these ongoing relationships. You've got plenty of people that can bring you their assets, so you're not looking for new stuff. But you mentioned early on that once you get the item in the vault, the person can take the item back, burn the NFT, or they can choose to sell it. Is the secondary market where they would sell it part of RareMint? Do you have your own secondary market?
So not today, and that's by choice. So you can only do so many things as a startup. And
Yes.
being a startup guy, I understand that you got to kind of pick and choose your battles.
Sure.
What we want to do is set the NFT free. Let it go out there in the wild.
They could go to OpenSea.
Go anywhere. At the end
Here's
of the
my
day,
Honus Wagner NFT.
yes. Ultimately, we will have a secondary trading marketplace when we decide that makes sense for us. But if you have a closed loop system, like we see in a lot of collectibles, well, it really limits kind of the activity that can happen all the time. And really secondary trading should be bountiful. It should be happening. And that's really where you're going to see a lot of the activity. So, we really want to make sure that, if it's your choice, wherever you want your NFT to be, send it there.
That makes sense.
At the end of the day.
That makes sense.
But to answer your question though,
sure.
So we will start ingesting assets from third parties in Q4 of this year.
Oh, so it's not far away.
So not too far away, but we're going to do it in phases, and I'm going to be really specific, and we're going to choose very specific kind of place to play in again, so we can protect it, and so we can make sure it's that we get it all right the first time. So
quality.
That yes, exactly, because we're producing quality products. We want to produce quality products for an audience of sports enthusiasts, because if you think about sports, okay, high-end sports collectibles for the longest time was for very wealthy people. But very wealthy people own teams. But at the end of the day, it's the fans who buy the jersey. They go to the sports bar. They're interacting with the team. And so we want to make sure we provide things to them that actually allow them to participate within the athletes' IP, right? So one of the things we're coming out with is fractionalization, so that we can take that very expensive jersey and break it down and actually make it so that anyone can actually participate. Because there's countries around the world where like they can't get soccer equipment, they can't get soccer memorabilia because it just can't get there, right? It just physically can't get there.
A signed Pele jersey might be worth a lot, but it could be broken into 10,000 pieces, and a rabid fan could own one.
I own this little piece. And now take the flip side, because you've got the, without the athlete though, the audience doesn't have anything to watch. And so we're very sensitive to the athlete and their needs. And it starts really like with the youngest. If you look at like 5-star recruits and stuff like that, like how do they memorialize their kind of sports IP early, so that when they do, if we plan for success and we think about like, hey, if you're going to be the next Peyton Manning, if you're going to be the next Tom Brady, or whatever position you play, how can we make sure that you're earning revenue early on? How can we make sure that we're authenticating your pieces? Because, I'd like to have like a Tom Brady high school jersey, right? But can you authenticate that even if it showed up? No one knows really.
With the change in the landscape that was brought about by NIL, name, image, likeness, that's a new phenomenon. We're seeing college kids signing deals worth millions of dollars right out of the gate.
Yeah.
Is that a market? I mean, it sounds like that's a market that you're paying attention to. And you're
Absolutely, but it's the first step is education. So we meet a lot of parents of these athletes, and they're very engaged in their kid's career, right? And the whole like it's just all they hear is like what they're told, right? And unfortunately, when you have budding industries, you have good actors, you have bad actors, you have people, and so of all types. And so we want to make sure, number one, I always sit down and say, what do you know really about this space? And if you don't know anything, we can't even start the conversation on crafting a deal. Let me give you 10 things that we give new employees to like get familiar with whatever that, what we're doing, right? And let us make sure that we educate you, get you up to speed. If you took that education, you go somewhere else and do another deal, I'm okay with that because I did my job. As a builder and a founder and a creator in spaces that don't exist, like it's our duty to actually educate people and take care of people and really kind of nurture the audience, because all good will come of that.
Yes, the whole crypto community benefits from all of the groups here, and most of the ones I spoke with have some sort of education component, because mass adoption doesn't happen without it. And with mass adoption, it benefits you, it benefits them, every single crypto related business benefits from people understanding how all this works. So
well, and they have to understand both sides. Like, I've had a lot of conversations recently with people who are creating new wallets and new ways to onboard, because it's still very complicated, as we know, right? But I also want people to think about like the post-sale activity. I get calls all the time. People are like, ring, 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 Brett, hey, what's up? Hey, I bought my first NFT. I'm like, yes, awesome. You actually got a wallet, you got an NFT. Yeah. And then, yeah, what'd you buy? And they're like, I bought this artwork. It's 1,000 pounds. I'm like, wow, jumped in the deep end of the pool on that one. Yeah. And then I go, okay, what are you gonna do? Crickets, every time. Yeah. And then I go, well, so what are you gonna do? And they go, well, that's why I'm calling you. What do I do next?
What do I do next?
I don't know what to do with it, right? At the end of the day. So we need to educate people on all the really fun and fascinating and weird, wonderful things you can do.
I bought my first 2 NFTs about a month ago, Bezojis, and it's a game that I have played part of the alpha. I like it. I have fun with it. And if I don't care as much about profit on this as how much I really enjoy these 2 NFTs. And so whatever comes of it will come of it.
Yeah, we say that in sports collecting a lot, like buy what you love at the end of the day. And you can never get hurt. So we were talking earlier, you said you were like an Ohio State fan.
I'm an Ohio State fan. I love the Cincinnati Reds, Bengals, all that. Yeah.
So we'll get you that classic Pete Rose baseball that says I gamble on baseball.
Exactly.
But look, if you bought things from those teams you love, it doesn't matter if it went to zero.
Because I'm not going to sell it.
You still love it. You're never going to sell it, right?
Absolutely.
And so that's what's cool. But what I also find interesting is that blockchain and NFT allows us to actually not only take like these game-worn assets, right? But there's a story behind that. We like to say like every asset has an origin story, right? Mm-hmm. So if I have a football and it was the championship football that was thrown the championship touchdown, I want to bring that to the quarterback. I want to unlock in his mind what was going on. It's there. That information is there. He knows when he walked up to the line and he looked out on the field that the safety was moving this way. Linebacker looks like he's in blitz. He notices that the backup cornerback is on his best wide receiver. He may be going like, I'm hurt right now. He may be thinking about his girlfriend in the stands or something, that because she's having a drama and that's affecting his mindset. I don't know what's going on in his mind. It could be anything, but all of a sudden he dials into the play like an athlete should. He sees exactly what's going to happen. He snaps, he throws it. I want him to express that so that he can teach other kids how to actually go through that process, block out all the noise and focus on the play. I also want to talk about the adversity that they go through. There's athletes all the time that they look in the mirror and they're like, I'm going to quit. And then somehow something changes and they go on to be great and they go on to be legends. But there's kids every day that look in the mirror and say, I'm not going to do this anymore.
Well, the reality is that every professional athlete we see, there's 1,000 of them that didn't make it. Some of them were just happy to get to college and get their degree. Others got really close and it was their dream. And one thing or another separates them from the best, and that education is important for young people to understand what they're getting into if their dream is dunking in the NBA.
Yeah, look, the NFL draft's coming up at the end of the month, and every kid who plays football that's their dream. Like the dream is that moment. It's the bridge between your storied college career and moving on to the pros. And so how can we take that mindset and the things that are going through the athlete's mind, connect them to assets, and then share them with these kids and help them prepare in their mind for being that great in that future. And I think there's a lot of life lessons. I think there's stories. There's kids all the time that, it's after school and they go, okay, I can go practice or I can go to my job. And if I don't go to practice, I'm not going to get better. And if I don't go to my job, maybe my family, doesn't pay rent or eat. And it's just, I sit there and I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't, those decisions. But there are people that went through those decisions. And I think if you're going through any sort of those life-changing decisions, you need to know that you're not the only one doing it, right? Yeah. Some of your legends have gone and been in that place. And so I love to hear the stories and interact with the stories and try to take those stories and get them out to be the public. Because at the end of the day, the rare sports assets and stuff, I see it all the time. I go to someone's office or their house, know I'm a sports fan, and they'll bring something out of the safe and they'll be like, I got to show you this. And I'm like, that should be in the Hall of Fame. Why is it here? No one sees it, right?
It's in your safe. Yeah.
And I'm like, let's digitize that. Let's get it out. Let's put it in a museum or something. So let's curate things.
I love that aspect because digitizing it's still there, but you can put it on loan to Cooperstown.
Absolutely.
And let everybody see it. You get to enjoy showing people your NFT. That's another example of projects here that are changing the world. You have been just Spartan in making it through the last interview of the day. I really appreciate it.
No problem.
Rare Mint,
Absolutely.
thank you so much for coming by.
Thank you so much.
And
I appreciate it.
I look forward to maybe seeing you next year.
Great. I appreciate it. Thank you.